Good evening! Tonight, we're doing more main quest in Endwalker. And I believe we finished off just before we had an interesting conversation with Fortunal and Vitra. And we're basically going to be going into that, and then, well, I usually look a little bit ahead on the MSQ so that I know what's going to happen. We're going to have a little trip into the past. And that's pretty much it. Let's get going. I hope you all have a wonderful Sunday. I do. And hey Tracy, hope you're doing well. Is the queue longer than usual? Hey Coco! Remember that I believe we're way ahead of you in the MSQ, but it's up to you. And you're welcome. Join the Caetsu Chaiji channel Discord server for random wake-up pings. Hey Gilano. Our retainer's level 50. This is going to be massive. She's going to get so powerful, you won't even believe it. Wait, where's the rest of the equipment? Alright. Don't need this. There's something for level 50. Oh, didn't forget anything. That's alright, Coco. I hope you enjoy your nap. It's very interesting is that whenever I log in on Smol Caetsu, the free company that I happen to join. Oh, look, now she finally looks like bigger small guy. The side effect of using the same gear that you wore yourself. Let me just sort this out. I don't need to carry around the equipment that she just handed over to me. Alright. Yeah, that makes sense. Wait. Was she not... Oh, she was not using anything in this side. It was just the earrings. That explains a lot. What I was saying is that it's very funny. Inventory savage. It's going to happen the day that we finish the MSQ complete. Well, I think the day that we finish the leveling story of Endwalker is probably a good day to do the clear the inventory, get level 90 equipment, like proper crafted gear so that we're ready, and then plow through the rest of the MSQ from there. So that will be the ultimate inventory savage. Oh wow, she suddenly can do much better tasks. Yep. What I was saying is that most of the time when I log in, obviously the free company that I am in, like just now they said it's been a long, like it's long time no see. When I mean I only show once a week. I don't say much. They're very friendly. I just don't have super much time to converse with the free company when I'm streaming. So that is an unfortunate reality. Maybe I'll have more time to talk in between stuff when we reach the end game. With the free company, I mean. The Regal Free Company. Greetings, honored scions of the Seventh Dawn. I have a message from His Excellency the Satrap. Brave scions, you have my gratitude for aiding my people in this most trying of times. Alas, matters here at Megaduta prevent me from meeting you all in person. As a token of mine appreciation, I have arranged for a feast to be held in your honor, may it nourish you in preparation for the trials ahead. Such are the words of Master Vitra. The feast he speaks of awaits you at Miride's Main. Pray make your way there whenever your business here is done. Alphino, we thank you for your kindness! We thank you for your kindness. Indeed, I was hoping we might find a place to discuss our next course of action, and that seems an ideal venue. Ah, and to you, Caetsu Chaiji. There is someone we had hoped to introduce to you in particular. While I am loath to detain you further, might you spare a moment of your time? A personal invitation? Knowing full well your services are in the highest demand right now? This must be important. Worry not, we'll save some food for you, so take all the time you need. You better save the candy in particular. Hey Kasari, that is a good point. Thank you, friend. Whenever you're ready, please join me in the Aetheryte Plaza. I shall go on ahead. As there is a new major patch on Tuesday, it might not be a bad idea to make sure your inventories are ready so that you can do more MSQ. Hey Santo. Yeah, that might be right. I feel like you more often tune into the Tuesday streams. Yeah, I'm guessing it's just that it doesn't line up with your schedule or when you feel like watching a stream. Well, a stream of me. Access to the Aetheryte you see there has been restricted to a select few ever since the tower first appeared. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, but it was deemed too dangerous to permit the free movement of visitors at a time of emergency, a risk we could not take. In light of recent developments, however, the Satrap has decided that such restrictions would only hinder our efforts to combat the final days. I know, I've already used it. As such, I would encourage you to attune with the Aetheryte before proceeding along the corridor. I have. I did last week. Fun fact, you don't have to start at World's End to use the Aetheryte. That's fair, Santo. Honestly, there's nothing. There's nothing wrong with having job discussions on these streams as well. It's just, I suppose, me suddenly like just disconnecting from the conversation and going, oh, I'm going to be story reader now, or voiced cutscene happening, or what have you, might make it a little bit more difficult to have these job discussions with me specifically. So I get that. Also, you play a lot of Mythic Plus. Yeah, I suppose that would take most of your attention, so not really time to talk about something else while playing. Ah, you must be wondering what this place is. Yes, you directed me here. You stand in the Hall of the Radiant Host, from where our leadership oversees all of Ratzatham's military operations. Sundrop, our destination, lies just ahead. Oh boy! Welcome to Sundrop. Without further ado, allow me to introduce you to... Oh, so you're the famous Caetsu Chaiji, eh? I knew it the moment you stepped through the door. You've the look of one who's walked through hell. Oh, really? Shirabot, please. You're speaking to the Satrap's honored guest and a savior of our people. Can you not show a modicum of respect? What respect is there in paying a fellow warrior a compliment? What disrespect is there in paying a fellow warrior a compliment? We're all friends here, or will be soon enough. More formally then, for the benefit of my countrymen, it is a pleasure to have you with us. Oh, great champion of Eorzea, sign of the Seventh Dawn, warrior of light, and all-around good egg, I'm sure. I am a good egg. This talk of eggs reminds me I'm late for dinner. A woman after my own heart. I like that. Don't you worry, I'll keep it short. There's just a thing or two we'd like you to remember. First of all, about the room you're standing in now. It's cube-shaped. Ratsathan welcomes delegates from other lands to oversee trade and diplomatic dealings. Then, there are military matters to discuss, which is why all these officers are stationed here in Sundrop. I imagine you're more than familiar with each of the nations they represent, yes? We've got representatives from Doma. You can see as he's standing in the exact same way as a certain someone from Doma. And it's a samurai. Uldan al amigo. Limsa Laminsa. Gridania. I'm from there. And last, but never let it be said least, Ishgard. They're the eyes, ears and mouths that bridge the distance between Ratsathan and their respective homelands. We've used this brief respite to share the details of our plight with our overseas counterparts. And wouldn't you know it, all of their leaders requested a few words from you specifically. You're a woman in high demand, eh? And so, would you mind regaling us with your account? Indulge us before you indulge yourself. But dinner! My dinner! Indeed, Tracy, it's roll quests. I thank you for the report, the conditions under which men are turned to beasts, the etheric anomalies you have observed. You have given us much to consider. It is concerning that the first transformation apparently occurred before the skies turned red. This is contrary to what one would expect. Not necessarily. Thankfully, the information you conveyed to Lucia upon your return from the moon has already proved invaluable. As soon as reports of the calamity here in Davnir reached the Grand Company of Eorzea and our Far Eastern allies, our leaders knew at once that the final days were indeed upon us. They began taking steps to assess the extent of the phenomenon's spread. Our agents were able to confirm that, for the time being, the skies burn only over the bounty, including this island and Corvus. Alas, that is of little comfort. Aye, all throughout allied lands, there have been reports of people transforming into hideous beasts. Oh. From what little we have learned, these incidents are similar in nature to that involving the merchant Kalsal. As was the case here, the victims underwent the change prior to the heavens being set ablaze. And so, while the burning skies have yet to manifest beyond the bounty, the transformations do not appear to be subject to any similar restriction. If anyone anywhere overcome by despair can turn, then nowhere is safe. That's about the size of it. Speaking of which, we ought to give these creatures a name, don't you think? Blasphemies! Here in Ratsathan, we've taken to calling the first to change, which tends to be the biggest, blasphemies. As fitting a name as any, to ensure clarity in future communications, we shall urge our comrades to adopt this terminology. Our leaders have taken measures to deal with the threat to the best of our abilities. Aye, each nation has assembled their own groups of elite soldiers to put down these so-called blasphemies and their spawn as and when they appear. At the same time, they're doing all in their power to put the people's minds at ease and prevent panic and fear from spreading. That said, brave souls with the strength and fortitude to fell these terrible fiends are not easily found. Just so, and it is for that very reason that we turn to you. Pray lend us your strength and help us to slay the blasphemies that plague our homelands. You, a singular, very, very strong warrior of light. Now, you don't have to give your reply before dinner. I should also mention that each blasphemy seems to possess wildly different characteristics. What works well against one may serve you poorly against another. So before you go rushing off to save everyone's day, have a word with the delegates. They'll tell you what to expect. Also, the blasphemies appear to have an incredible patience. They're not going anywhere. And with that, I do believe our friend here has a feast to attend. Spare a thought for us while you're talking into all that fine cuisine, eh? You've gained access to the role quest for Endwalker. Separate quest line and stories now available for tank, melee DPS, physical range DPS, magical range DPS, and healer roles. Now take these quests, speak with any of the delegates in Sundrop, and agree to help defeat the blasphemies that plague their respective homelands. Let me just see, Santo said some things. The mention of tank buffs to take them on par with Dark Knight especially was interesting. Really interested in how they're going to accomplish that. What makes it more interesting is that Dark Knight being ahead of others by a lot is more of an ultimate issue due to the nature of those fights, so depending how they buff others, it has implications. Buffing 1, 2, 3 on other jobs won't address the issue of the difference in top, for example, but buffing certain abilities might, for example, push Gunbreaker above Dark Knight quite easily in Savage or Extreme. So, buffing a job at something super specific sounds like a really, really difficult task when put in the void, right? But the development team has actually placed themselves in an incredibly good position to fix that. What makes Dark Knight particularly strong in top? I don't know. I didn't do it on Ultimate. I have not done an Ultimate, so I can't know for certain what exactly it is that makes Dark Knight particularly strong in top, for example. But if it's a matter of burst, right? So like if it's a matter of Dark Knight has the biggest burst of all the jobs, then the only difference between Gunbreaker and Dark Knight is that Dark Knight can recover most of the resources it needs for a burst without fighting anything. Like, because its MP will recover slowly anyway, it won't like completely recover, but Gunbreaker is actually at a massive disadvantage if it's fighting something where it doesn't have that opportunity. Dark Knight having its burst like almost entirely every minute if it wants that, like not really a lot of things that happen on the 30-second mark, but Gunbreaker has 2 things that happen at that time, means that if there's not anything big going on every 30 seconds, then Gunbreaker is at a bigger disadvantage compared to Dark Knight. But if you take a look at Warrior and Paladin, yes, they both have like a 30-second off global cooldown attack. Paladin has 2 that they would really like to use on cooldown. But both of them can have an incredibly easy time preparing everything they need for their burst. Like every minute. Paladin has a little bit of an awkward position because it would like to do a little bit more, but most of its damage is 5 GCDs that come packaged with their burst, like inherently, so it doesn't matter. And Warrior is the same, you get the 3 Fell Cleaves, you will get at least 1 Infuriate, and you get the Primal Rend, so you get 5 there as well, at the very least, if not 6 with 2 Infuriates. Which you can sometimes make happen by planning ahead. So what I'm saying is that Gunbreaker is, I believe, the 2nd highest DPS, and I think that's also in top. So that one needs the help the least, but if it's a burst problem, then both Warrior and Paladin are placed in incredibly convenient positions where, for Warrior, if Warrior needs buffs, they can buff Inner Chaos and Primal Rend, and that will basically buff mainly their burst. And for Paladin, they can buff their magic burst, like Goring Blade and Confiteor combo, and that way only buff their burst. if it's a matter of their sustained DPS as well, then they can buff their 1-2-3 combos. They can buff Warrior's Fell Cleave. The problem that was with Paladin before its rework was that what they had to buff precisely to get Paladin in line with the other tanks was a lot more complicated, because there were dots it needed to manage. Its burst was really awkward, stuff like that. But nowadays it's not that bad. In fact, and I have mentioned this on the Discord community server a little bit for this YouTube channel, and I will also talk more about it next week. There was like, they mentioned some changes, some job changes, very offhandedly, like, oh, we're changing these things, like, it's no big deal, we're just doing this, a little bit quality of life. And one of them was like a convenience for Dragoons and jump. That was one of the changes that they just mentioned. The other one is that Atonement does not break combos. That might not sound like a lot, but it means that before this change, it was a much more regular occurrence in the priority system rotation, which I think is the more popular rotation for Paladin, that sometimes you just had to have a burst where Fast Blade and Riot Blade appeared. You don't want that. But with this change, like in a 7-minute loop, you might have one Riot Blade in your burst. Once. Maybe. And you have a huge amount of possibility to like finesse it so that doesn't happen. Especially in a boss fight where there's downtime and stuff like that. The key thing is that the fact that Atonement doesn't break combos means that you can do 1-2-3, 1-2, and then deal with your Atonements and Holy Spirit, and you only have to do Royal Authority when there's nothing else left to spend, which is extremely handy. Like, it's crazy good for convenience for the Paladin, because it means you can like prioritize Fast Blade and Riot Blade when you're not buffed, and then lower their priority when you are buffed. It's so good. Santo says Gunbreaker Paladin and Warrior peaks at about 8.1 each, where Dark Knight peaks at 8.4. Like, the other three are somewhat balanced with each other, but Dark Knight really stands out. I don't know what they're going to do, of course, but I'm just saying that they have put themselves in a position where it's a lot easier for them to tweak things to buff them a little bit. Like, if their internal data says the same as you, that they're, you know, around 5% behind Dark Knight, something like that. They probably have a general idea of like how much of their DPS each action corresponds to. They probably have a good idea of that and have data of that. And if that's what needs to happen, they will adjust that. A little story I remember, which was really funny back in Shadowbringers. This is a little bit back, but if you have watched, either if you know how Summoner worked in Shadowbringers, or maybe you watched my history video, this might make sense. So, back in the second raid tier of Shadowbringers, especially, Summoner was it was typically on the top of logs, like it was just the best, and it also had huge, incredible mobility and excellent utility. Like, there was no reason not to bring a Summoner, because it did everything better than the other mages, and it didn't cost it anything other than the fact that the job was considered extremely difficult to play. Now, the DPS difference between Summoner and second place was really small. Like, to make it a little bit more fair, they only needed to nerf Summoner by like 1%. So what did they do? I believe they nerfed so that Fester lost like 100 potency. I think it was like Energy Drain was nerfed 100 potency, and Fester was nerfed 100 potency, and it nerfed Summoner average DPS by like exactly that percent that was necessary. So what I'm saying is, there's a very good chance when they say they want to put the tanks in line that they have a good idea of what it will take. The problem is that when they tweak these things, they don't know if the players figure out some way to abuse it. Not abuse it, but optimize in a different way that then makes the buff push someone else ahead or something. I just hope they don't make Double Down or Blasting Zone any higher. No, I think Double Down needs like 100 more potency. If I remember correctly, it's at 1200. If you give it an extra 100, it will share the first place of most potency. And you know, I have a video coming out where the fun fact is about the shared first place of highest potency in the game, and you know how patches tend to mess with the things I say in my guides. They have to do this just to make sure that my fun fact is incorrect. Zeke says, I guess with Dark Knight Burst, it's why Astrologian should give a melee card over melee DPS. Oh yeah, the opener for Dark Knight is insane. It's so insane that I believe there's even gimmicks with dancers where they give closed position to the Dark Knight in the opener or something like that. So maybe they need to tweak that. Right. I forgive Ishira about her rudeness. She can be a bit boisterous at times, but it is simply her nature. Anyway, my apologies for keeping you from your hard-earned rest. You will be rejoining your companions, yes? Do you know the way to the main? I know Ratsathan like the back of my hand. Because there's an ether shard that sends me there, probably. Glad to hear you've become familiar with our fair city. And be pleased to hear that all drinks are in the house, so order whatever suits your fancy, assuming you can get on top of the house. And with that, I must return to my post. On behalf of all of the Radiant host, I thank you and your friends once more for lending your strength and courage to Ratsathan in our time of need. We should endeavor to fight the good fight to the end, that we might honor Ahuan's legacy and serve Master Vitra well. You have my word that your efforts will not be in vain. They better not. My guess, Santu, just pure guess, is that, well, we know that Dark Knight is best because it's such a weird fact that most people have discovered this. But my guess would be that Samurai probably has the bigger burst among it and Ninja, simply because Ninja, part of its, like, value is in Mug, which gives the raid more damage. So I would assume that the Samurai would be the better choice of the two. Welcome. When the Satrap asked us to entertain a party of honored guests, I was wondering who it might be. This is a lovely surprise, to say the least. By the way, I heard all about Kalsal from your friend Grahatir. I understand there was nothing that could be done, but I was disheartened to hear he meant us no harm. I cannot thank you enough for dispatching the beasts. As the smallest token of our thanks, your food and drink tonight are Myriad's treat. Speaking of which, what shall I start you off with? A piping hot mug of chai, please, or a glass of your finest local spirits, or water. Just water. Chai, please. As you wish. Pray join your friends, and I will bring you your drink. Excellent. Welcome back. Whatever did the Radiant want with you, pray tell? They wanted to give me more quests. Our allies have sent military delegates? That's news to me. Mind sharing the details? And then Smol Kai shared the details. The deets, as they say. She dropped the tea.
So blasphemies now plague all the realm.
It will only get worse if what Father said is true, as it did in Amarot.
If that's our model, then shouldn't we expect the effects to grow more severe as it feeds off its own spread? As if people transforming into those monstrosities wasn't bad enough. If the flora and fauna, if the land itself turned against us.
No one would survive. Here's your order, friend. May you find comfort in these dark times.
Where do we go from here? If there's one thing we've learned, fighting blindly and simply reacting to what comes will accomplish nothing. We must find a solution that addresses the fundamental cause. Before our strength is exhausted, before this crisis spirals out of control. Is there something, anything we've overlooked?
If there is an answer, Hydaelyn herself will have it. 'Twas she who bound Zodiac and forestalled the final days. Alas, we have heard naught from her since the Tower of Babel. Whether she cannot or will not speak, I can only speculate.
I will say on that note that simply because Hydaelyn did the whole forestalling of the final days does not mean that she has any idea what to do next. Remember, if she knew what to do about this, she could probably, we could have possibly surmised that she would have done it instead of just playing for time. That's basically what she did. Stall. Find someone who knows what to do about this.
Even the flower she gave us is no more.
In our time, we called it Elpis. You would do well to remember the name.
So advised the Watcher. But what could be the significance of that name? It is entirely unfamiliar to me.
To me as well. It meant something to the ancients, though. In our time.
Most surely. Yet I do not recall a single mention of it in the records of Anida.
Another dead end. And quite literally. It's not as if there are any ancients living we could go and ask.
We could ask the Watcher.
Not alive as such, but not quite dead. Elidibus. I sealed him in the White Horosite at the Crystal Tower back on the first. Contained within that reservoir of ether that maintains it, ether that is returned little by little to the sea. Naught may remain of his soul. However, if part of it lingers, we might be able to speak with him there. We can no longer make that journey, but you, my friend, still can.
It's worth a try. It's also if it would be an opportunity to look in on the others as well. And if there's truly no other way. And hey Makoto, I hope you're doing well. It's worth a try.
Yes, we can but act and hope for the best.
If nothing else, should we learn the first is safe, we'll have that much more reason to keep fighting the good fight. That said, the odds are not in our favor, to say the least. Which is why we're fortunate to have Urianger up there on the moon, working hard to make all the necessary preparations for our departure, should it come to it.
And why we have nothing to lose by staying the course till the last instant.
Indeed. To the last, let us all do what we can. I will consult with Master Matoya and see if she knows of a way to reach Hydaelyn from the ethereal sea.
And I will visit the nation's leaders and attempt to ascertain how far the final days have progressed elsewhere.
Keep me abreast of your findings. I can seek out and slay the worst of the immediate threats, if only to slow the spread.
Unease, terror, despair. Try as we might to suppress them, These emotions will return to Harrius time and time again. But when they do, remember this. Your friends and loved ones are out there somewhere, sharing in your struggle. You are not alone.
So ends the brief respite before the next revelation. Yes, so much left for you to see. Where beginning ends, and end begins.
Doing well on this fine Sunday morning. Good to hear, Marketo. I'm also doing well. Let's see. Sounds also said on a more MSQ related topic. I kind of hope we get to see Mirror City in next expansion. And Krasari says the same. I believe the only real information we have on Mirror City is that the Warring Triad and the people like worshipping them are from Mirror City, right? That's like really all we have to work with, I believe. Now then, is there anything we've forgotten to mention? Are your arms and armor in good order? Are your craft rethanked? Are you offering to repair it? In that case, it's time we each attended to our tasks, and when you arrive on the first, give my regards to Reen. Tell her I miss her. You got it, mate. Take this, Caetsu, my spirit vessel. Empty now, of course, but it should allow you to operate the tower systems in the umbilicus. If even the smallest fragment of Elidibus' essence remains, it should be possible to locate it. As for access to the umbilicus, pray seek out Lena for assistance. Chances are she still stands watch at the Ascensor Gate. Should she or anyone else ask after me, tell them I'm living my life to the fullest, that I'm happy, hardships and all. I'll tell them that you're on a farm far, far away, where you're doing better. Well, we had best be on our respective ways. God's willing, we will see each other again ere long. Also full of dragons. Yeah, that's true. I think it's faster to go this way. An extra loading screen. Santo says, didn't Tiamat go into Mirror City after 5.5? Didn't watch the streams, and it's been long since I played that myself, so I don't remember. Did Tiamat go to Mirror City? Is that what she did? I don't remember. Now, in my defense, sometimes what happens is that I'm reading the dialogue, and I'm so concentrated on reading the dialogue that I'm not actually hearing what I'm saying. So I'm saying exactly what the character is saying, and I'm not hearing it. So that's why sometimes some of the stuff that happens might escape me. Tracy says it's Tiamat's realm, and as far as the dragons are concerned. Oh, okay. So that would make sense. That also explains why Tiamat is up there, where the Warring Triad is being held, right? And Gilano says it's supposed to be an uninhabitable wasteland now, but everything points us to go there. Yeah, might as well go and see if it actually is uninhabitable, right? Grisari adds, no doubt Mirror City is extremely hostile territory. Well, if we're friends with Tiamat and Tiamat is there, we might be okay. Caetsu, you returned. It me. Have you been well, you and the others? As well as can be. Well, glad am I to hear it. Hear that. I trust my lord is enjoying himself. Oh, well, he prepared me to tell you something specific. He said this to you? These exact words? Oh, to know that he's happy. It fills my heart with joy. Thank you, Caetsu, for taking care of him. When next you see him, please tell him not to overexert himself. Futile a request though it is. Ah, well, he isn't an old man anymore. And tell him that all is well here. The peace you gifted us continues, and we work hard to build new lives ourselves. In the course of this, we occasionally bicker, but we've never been more optimistic for the morrow. You know, on account of there being a morrow. If I had to mention one dilemma, it would be the question of our governance. Even as we speak, debate rages on over how we should run the city in the Exarch's absence. Most are of a mind that the settlement council should continue to oversee the general running of the Crystarium, while representatives are elected to determine policy and handle diplomacy. Thus far, nothing is set in stone, but however we choose to proceed, we will not replace our lord. No one could. Have we recently observed any unusual phenomena? No, I cannot say there have been. Curious that you should ask me this question, though. Some days ago, Reen came and asked the very same. She was rather unsettled, in stark contrast to how cheerful she has been of late. Oh, well then I want to talk with Reen. Reen has been dedicating herself to the restoration of the empty, you see. Ah yes, though it will take many long years. The goal seems to have given her a newfound sense of purpose and fulfillment. So when I saw her in a state of such worry, I couldn't help but feel worried in turn, especially since she wouldn't tell me what troubled her. I dare say she would be more willing to confide in you. May I ask you to broach the subject with her? You wish to enter the umbilicus? Very well, I shall fetch the key at once, and take the opportunity to find Reen. Please wait for me in the city, in front of the Cabinet of Curiosity, shall we say? I'll be along as soon as I can. And salute! Santo mentions Mericidia is basically Australia for Therius, so it makes sense. Finally, we're going to Australia! The wounds Anna inflicted there won't heal so easily, I guess. Well, wasn't there something like Asis La, just as an example? The ground that Asis La is floating on came from somewhere, right? It wasn't in the sky originally. Did they get that from Mericidia, maybe? Society says there has barely been any information on Mericidia, suggesting the place is in complete isolation. If anything still lives there, and if there is life there, it will be hostile towards anything. It might be. I think part of the reason why we would have... Oh right, it was the burn, that's true. Part of the reason why the story basically has zero information about Mericidia, aside from the part with Tiamat and that, is because, let's say that Heavensward told us a huge amount of story about Mericidia, a lot of facts and details about Mericidia that would be precise, like exact information that would be true. And then Stormblood happens, and then Shadowbringers happens, and then Endwalker happens, and then we get to an expansion where we're doing stuff in Mericidia. Then, the fact that the story chose to include a whole bunch of stuff about Mericidia and Heavensward, on one hand, might be very exciting, because then we get to see the things we're told. On the other hand, should the story call for anything other than that, maybe they change their minds on some things, then they're kind of stuck. Hello, Licky Kitty, how are you doing? what I'm saying with that is that I think part of the reason why Final Fantasy XIV feels like an MMO with a story that has nearly no like plot holes or like weirdly changed story beats, like where they suddenly like flipped it on its head out of nowhere, is because in most cases they've been vague enough that it wasn't set in stone before they decided to use it. And often they've also gotten away with that by having characters be vague about it. For example, I do believe Yoshi P said this himself in a live letter around when Endwalker was still like really new, that some things in A Realm Reborn that seem a little bit off, like a little bit off about the Asian's backstory, is of like a lot because they weren't actually sure where the story was going. I believe the Asians were originally written to be like a lot more just bad guys. Like the reason why they wanted to like free Zodiac was because they wanted wanton destruction, right? And the reason why that somehow still works with the story is because in A Realm Reborn, they wanted to free Zodiac to get wanton destruction and chaos. In like Heavensward or Stormblood or even Shadowbringers, this has been built to they want to free Zodiac, but to do that, they need to cause wanton destruction and chaos. And Zodiac being freed will cause more wanton destruction and chaos. But the reason why they want to free Zodiac is because of the whole they want back to their old world. Like, they want to, like, fix the world. But because they were very vague about it in A Realm Reborn, they could just, like, add this Lego piece at the end of the puzzle. Just go, oh, but actually the reason why they're doing this is because of this. Because they were vague about it, and they do that a lot. That's also probably the reason why we know very little about Metacidia. Because if we did, it would be limiting. And also, thank you so much, Licky. Do you prefer Licky or Kitty, or does it have to be Licky Kitty? I'm glad to hear that you found my guide. That you find my guides interesting. Right, this destination. The following event cannot be skipped. Oh right, this is one where a whole bunch of people come by and talk with you. What do you guys feel about these kinds of cutscenes where that happens? Do you like them or no? Like these where you like now you're an NPC. Any opinions? Someone said from off screen, "Do my old eyes deceive me? Is that truly Caetsu?" It is. Full glad to see you hale and whole, my friend. What a wonderful surprise it is to have you back with us, and at this most opportune time. In case you haven't heard, we are planning to produce a tome chronicling events from the Flood to the Knight's return. For this project, we intend to draw upon records kept by the world's peoples. Historical and contemporary first-hand accounts will be the centerpiece of the tome, but yours would be the one to crown them all. I've been asked to contribute a chapter on the soul, a subject that is key to understanding much of your endeavors. In the course of developing in the spirit vessel, I gained valuable insights into travel beyond the rift. Knowledge that will allow me to attest to your existence and deeds. There's no end to the questions I would ask you, but if you could indulge me just one for now. In your quest to restore the knight, you faced many a formidable foe. Among them, who offered you the greatest struggle? This may come as a surprise, but what? Titania, Vol3, Hades, or someone? I think I'll choose that one because I want to know who they mean. Let me just read the options. Titania, driven mad by light and loneliness. Vorthree, in his misguided self-righteousness. Hades, who bore the burden of his people. This may come as a surprise, but... truly, I never would have guessed, but then if I could, I suppose I wouldn't have had to ask. This is a tremendously eye-opening answer, and we will see that your account of this battle features prominently in the tome. I know you'd love to talk her ear off, Morin, but we really should be on our way. Those documents from Yulnor won't collect themselves on this enemy that the Warrior of Light just told us about, that we will keep vague, 'cause reasons. Of course. And afterwards, would you care to join me for tea? I was hoping you might clarify a few points in your treatise. Till next time then, do tell the others to look after themselves. Our overzealous friend in particular, remind him not to overexert himself. Again and again till his ears fall off, if that's what it takes for him to take it to heart. You know, Lena said that too. Licky mentions, if this is your point of view, did your Lalafell suddenly grow? I'm guessing I'm standing like on a chair. That's my guess. I'm guessing this is the children. Is that the Warrior of Darkness? It's her. It's really her. What are you doing here? Standing on a chair? For some reason? If you're going to battle, I can even give you some medicine. I made it myself. Best not, Ricky. You'd only give her a stomachache. We've come to see Morin to get his advice. One of the guard finally agreed to teach us how to fight, but first we need to choose a fighting style. While I know that I want to be a mage, Arkil isn't sure. Magic isn't really my thing, so... What? In a world of magic, why wouldn't magic be your thing? But fair enough. So I was thinking of taking up the axe, or the sword, maybe the bow. You could take the sword, then you also get magic. They all seem alright, but it's hard to decide, so I thought I'd ask Morin. He knows about lots of things. Isn't Morin a scholar, sort of? He isn't here? Oh, why don't you have the Warrior of Darkness choose for you? What do you think suits Arkil best? Axe, sword, or bow? You, who has only used a spear and a staff? For smiting your opponent, the axe. Or for protecting your friends, the sword. And a shield that tends to make it easier. Or for fighting and hunting, both the bow. I think I would say the sword. The sword? If you took up the sword, you could be just like... Brandon, the Warrior of Light! Brandon. I love that tale. Let's borrow the book today. It's really popular though. I hope it's still there. Maybe they could have multiple of them. That would be nice. Thanks for helping me decide, Warrior of Darkness. That's my name. I'll start with that style and maybe try something else later on. And when I get really strong, I hope to have a bout with you. Better make sure to learn Clemency then. Is there more? Licky says, I very much dislike anything unskippable, and Tracy says, I like them personally. I think the important bit here is to judge the cutscenes on the cutscene itself and not on whether you can skip them or not, but I suppose these specific types of cutscenes inherently are never skippable, so I suppose it is a little bit of a significant factor. No, K-Black. The left kid said that he wasn't really into magic. Like, the right kid, the Ellison kid, said that he wanted to be a mage. Like, he already knew, I'm going to be a mage. Which makes perfect sense to me. And then the left kid was like, nah, magic isn't really for me. Who would want to, like, basically imagine, oh, who would want to be able to conjure a fireball out of their hand? That sounds boring. I don't believe in Mikote. I don't believe in Mikote. This Mikote girl next to me is actually an illusion. I don't believe she exists. That blue raincoat? That's also part of the imagination. If a Mikote existed, they wouldn't wear a raincoat. Someone from off screen says, such fun she's been having basking in the adoration of musty old bookworms and wide-eyed younglings. But does she spare thought for me? Of course not. Oh, it's... I waited and waited and waited, but she won't so much as acknowledge the presence of her beautiful branch, even though they're right here. Such a heartless thing, our sapling is. Cold and cruel and heartless. Don't you have more important things to do, Your Majesty? That one is brutal. That one is awkward in retrospect. I think the third one is the best one. I'm just going to read them. Anyway. Feul, I need you? Oh, faithful Feul, loveliest of branches. How I have missed you. Don't you have more important things to do, Your Majesty? I've no end of important tasks to attend to, but unlike some, I know what my priorities should be. And since when did my sapling become a twisted old tree that says such unkind things? But disappointed as I am, I'll overlook it this once. I know you have a lot on your mind right now. So, my adorable sapling, the world is on the verge of destruction, is it? Oh. How do I know this? Joined as we are, spying on you is as simple as sliding down the back of a rainbow, which is very easy. Would that I could aid you in your quest, but the fate of we Fey folk is bound to that of the star. Where that goes, so too do we follow. Such is our way. The most I could do for you is spare you the pain by gifting you the sweetest of eternal dreams. But if escape's not to your liking, then you must struggle with your fellow mortals. Yeah, that one. But here are the ones you were waiting for. I wonder, what manner of conclusion awaits at tale's end? Why? Oh, hi. My apologies for the delay. Caetsu, it's so wonderful to see you again. You doubtless have much catching up to do, so I shall leave you to it. I've taken the liberty of unlocking the umbilicus, and you may enter at your leisure. Oh, Coco's here. Licky says, I'm not a story person. I prefer the endgame raiding scene. That's fair. Some people actually have gotten into Final Fantasy XIV simply because the raid bosses are super awesome. I think Licky is definitely not the only one that feels like that. However, I do think that it is a very large amount of time investment to get to that if you don't like the story. But I do understand it. When I got into the game originally, I got into the game just because I wanted another MMO. And I wanted, like, at that very moment, not WoW. So the fact that Final Fantasy XIV was very similar in some respects was super good for me. But I didn't pay attention to the story until, like, the very end of A Realm Reborn. And even then, I didn't pay that much attention. A lot of it is something I've learned, like, after the fact, or something that we picked up on in this replay stream series. But it's not a reason to get banned to say that you're not into the story. There's room for all sorts of opinions. The important thing is to present your opinion in a respectful way. Your reason to start playing was actually the role-playing aspect, but wouldn't that require that you pay attention to the story so you know, like, how the world works? To roleplay? Just don't say you dislike Cherry Pink. Well, I mean, you can dislike Cherry Pink, but then it's going to be a really tough time watching my videos. You have a pink glam. Oh, wonderful. I'm relieved to hear that everyone is well. I've had this feeling like a pit in my stomach, and I was afraid that something might have happened. Maybe I'm overthinking things, but it's just that I'm the Oracle of Light, but I've never spoken with Heidelin, never once heard her call. Even so, I've always had this feeling deep inside me, a connection to something immense, like a huge crystal. These past few days, though, that connection has wavered, as if that immense something was distant, then close, then distant again, like a planet. And then, the other night, I was jolted awake by the feeling it had been completely severed. Wanting some fresh air, I went to open the window, and, to my horror, the sky was ablaze, like during the star shower. Oh. But then I blinked and everything was normal again. The next day, no one said a thing. No one else had seen what I had seen. As far as I could tell, nothing was out of the ordinary. I began to wonder if it was a figment of a half-remembered dream. Possible. Caetsu, what are you not telling me? Oh, I saw this sky ablaze, sort of. I have to know, please. It doesn't matter how terrible it is. Well, you see, the sky ablaze is in our world. Thank you for checking in, Coco. Coco! It wasn't my imagination then. The doom we witnessed in Amarot has come again. Can't believe it. Well, it's real. It's real. You can taste it. Just not in this world. Like I told you before, all is well here in the first. So don't worry about us. Please, look only to the threat before you. We're fine right now, and even if we weren't, we've learned how to survive. Should the final days reach us here as well, you may be assured we won't go quietly. No, we'll hold on until you can find a way to save all our worlds. So long as you continue your fight, so too will we, united in purpose beneath a blazing sky. Yikes. Also, Gilano, the fact they're not called Mikoto is completely irrelevant. They might be. Oh. Is this another wanderer come to visit the Smol Kai? We also found Pikachu. It's Licky. Hello. It's Pikachu, my nephew's favorite Pokemon. I think. Nice glam. I like the sweater. Tracy also says, too straight. No self-respected Mikoto would ever wear a raincoat. Spoony. Huh? A winter sweater. It's a sweater. You're headed to the Umbilicus to consult with Elidibus, right? I'll do some consulting of my own and speak with Lena. Decide how we might best prepare for the final days, assuming it gets to us. So it's farewell for now, but we'll see each other again. I'm certain of it. Oh, there's your pink glamour. Nice. A beach outfit. Ah, Mistress Caetsu, welcome back. The captain has told me all. Give the word, and I will show you to the ocular. I'll ignore the fact that you somehow always enter this building and never come out the door again. You always enter it. I don't know how many times I've shown you in without ever showing you out. So many books just strewn about the place. Oh.
Biometric authentication complete. Please state your business. Acknowledged. Reinitializing Circus Tower systems. Searching for Elidibus entity. Target located in subterranean core power accumulator. Projecting image.
Found him. Get up here.
My home. My friends. No more than a dream. You. Why have you awakened me? I no longer sense those places beyond, or Lord Zodiac. You must explain all. So, he is fallen, and my brethren's souls returned to the star. The doom we sacrificed so much to prevent is come again. Old burdens now yours to bear. But if this is Fandaniel's design, then I, as Elidibus, have a duty to fulfill. Your unsolicited act has restored to me some few memories of the convocation. Such knowledge as I have, I will share.
I'm sorry.
Why apologize for receiving a favor of the defeated? If it sits ill, consider it payment for freeing Lord Zodiac from servitude. Where to begin? Ah, the end. Your understanding of what caused the final days is consistent with our own. The decay first took root where the currents were weakest. Yes, a conclusion drawn by him Fandaniel. Not the him of here and now, but as I knew him. Long ago. Having shed light upon the phenomenon, he dedicated himself to devising a countermeasure. Were it not for his knowledge of the Celestial, we would never have made the connection, and thence forestalled the final days.
Incredibly ironic, isn't it?
And though he inherited that noble soul, how different this last incarnation. So consumed by self-loathing and hate.
Not that different from the first one.
Elpis. Yes, the name is familiar to me. Yet I know it not as a flower, but a place. A testing facility for determining which of our creations were fit to be released into the world. Many worked there, and before joining the convocation and assuming the title of Fandaniel, he was their chief. He was Hermes. That is all I know.
He was Hermes. Camera zooms in on Smol Kai. Determined expression. I have absolutely no idea what to do with that information, Elizabeth. Not a clue. Like, I don't know, man.
The crystals tell little of the lives the 14 led prior to their induction. Elpis itself would tell even less. Nary a ruin has survived. Wait. I saw you there. In Elpis. No. I did not. But I did. I did. A lingering trace of impossibility. And a truth that fills my heart. My memories remain clouded, I fear. However, they have revealed to me one possible course. You must travel to Elpis, to the time when Hermes served as its chief. In glimpsing the Exarch's memories, not only did I make his summoning magic mine own, I also mastered the workings of this tower, which, having absorbed my empowered essence, now harbors an abundance of energy. As such, I believe I can deliver you unto the past, unto that place and that precise moment. Given the eons that must be traversed, the gateway will not be fully formed. Your form will be less tangible still than those warriors of light I had summoned.
Uh-oh.
In all likelihood, none will be able to see or hear you. Yet even should you manage to interact with others, you will be unable to effect meaningful change. For the reality you wish to save, the reality to which you must return, exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present. Cannot unmake the sorrow and suffering fated to come. In full knowledge of this, will you still entrust your life to your foe and make the journey? Very well. I shall cast you unto the river of time. Let this be my final act. You must input the commands. I no longer have the authority. First, you must reconfigure the systems, that the tower's ether may be channeled for the magic.
Alright, so open terminal and write as I dictate. For loop. Curly braces.
The preparations are complete. The gateway will soon open. Return at once to the ocular.
Oh, it's...
Appears to be in order. The ether flows unimpeded.
In Lua, it's like, it's just colon and then it's indentations, right? I think it's something like that.
The magic should consume every last mote of my essence. Why are you surprised? Did I not say that this will be my final act? Lord Zodiac is no more. There is nothing for me here. The ones I love and long to see again are waiting in that promised land, beyond memory and dream. Now go, warrior of light. Go and do not look back.
Been a long time since I did anything with...
Heidelin, I take my leave of you. Yours is the mantle of the last of us. May you have the joy of it, the burden and the solitude. It falls to you now. You and your champion to save our star.
Another one. I think last time I worked with Lua was like a week or us in World of Warcraft. Been some years. And those are usually relatively short scripts, so you don't get to deal with that deep programming levels, to be honest. That's specifically Lua. And the Lillibus' voice actor is excellent. Very nice. Oh, an Aetheryte. I'm very tiny. Very, this is extremely small, Kai. Welcome to the adventures of extremely small Kai. Can I use this? The device is reminiscent of an Aetheryte. Perhaps it is possible to attune with it. Mad because small? No, she's mad because no candy. Despite attempting to channel and focus your energies, you fail to attune with the device. You can only assume it operates differently. Ah. Jealous of tall? Very tall. The remarkably large man wears a black robe and a half-mask, much like the phantoms you encountered in Mare Lamentorum and the recreated Almerod. It would seem you have made it to your destination. You gesticulate wildly and shout all manner of greetings and obscenities. Obscenities. Now. Don't think Smol Kai would do that. But the man does not so much as glance in your general direction. Also, I'm pretty sure he's taller than the ones we saw on the moon. I'm pretty sure, I could also be smaller because I'm pretty sure that's more than 5.5 Smol Kai. Pretty sure. The man stands dutifully by the aetheryte-like device, a guide to this facility in all likelihood. You attempt to get the man's attention, but if he sees or hears you, he gives absolutely no indication. As Elidibus warned, it appears your form is intangible. This is the right place, yes? Propylion? Judging by the woman's words, this facility is called Propylion. You attempt to gently prod the woman to attract her attention, but feel nothing, and it seems neither does she. Well then, guess I'll leave. That's just so far over to the door. You suspect this door leads outside, but how to open it? And cutscene.
And here we are, Elpis. Well, how rare to receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor?
Oh, just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while.
You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks.
Come now. Is this truly necessary? Surely you can tell who we are.
Said Emmett Silk.
Who you are, perhaps, but I am far less infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
Satisfied?
I thank you for your cooperation. You are free to go about your business.
By the by, you see it too, yes?
Do you see that thing? That tiny pink thing? Hi.
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about.
You looked right at me.
That's odd. It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's. Do you suppose she created it? Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
Don't ask me. All I know is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's her spitting image. So let's leave it be. Come now.
It's trying to say something, but it's literally too intangible to form words. Why don't you give it some ether? Spare a snifter of your bounteous reserves.
Who do you take me for?
Who do you take me for? That friend that makes you go and do weird things? Where you would normally just stick to protocol? That friend?
Why, a dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts, go unrewarded?
I suggest you close your eyes, or this may be unpleasant.
Another cutscene.
You may open your eyes.
Still a touch small, don't you think?
I'm just as tall as I need to be, Hythlodaeus.
The size befits its proportions. Besides, bigger is not necessarily better.
I agree.
I will defer to your experience. Without further ado then. Greetings. I am Hythlodaeus, Chief of the Bureau of the Architect.
Still small though, very small. Imagine if Lalafels actually just became like humongous beings because you get like sized up to an ancient level. So you're just like a big hulking beast while you're in Elpis.
Sulking beside me is the most honorable Emmett Selk of the Convocation of 14.
Oh, I've heard of him. Yeah.
And how might we address you, my new friend? A fine name. And I'm pleased to see you understand our words. So, tell us, whence have you come? The thinness of your essence suggests you weren't created here. You do not know? Or cannot say? Allow me to ask a different question then. What brings you here?
I seek a man named Hermes.
Well now, the same as us.
Convenient.
Perhaps Azim wished to come too, but had to settle for a familiar.
If she truly wished to be here, then she would be.
Right you are. My apologies if we've given offense. The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend. And with your purpose matching our own besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion. We are here to speak with Hermes, the chief overseer of this facility, which we also intend to tour in order to gain greater insight into the man's work. We, I say, though this is Emmett Selk's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide. And I should be happy to serve as yours as well, by way of an apology for the misunderstanding.
That is a big apology.
Wait, are you suggesting that we bring it along on official business? This thing we know next to nothing about?
I could be a spy. Emmett Silk has a good point.
If you harbor suspicions, better to keep it close than leave it to its own devices. Wouldn't you agree?
Maybe. With one hand.
Having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here.
True.
Welcome, my friends, to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge, Elpis.
This presence.
Is that the day when she discovered the decided that she liked to make the doggo?
Hermes! Visitors! We have visitors!
What a cute bird girl. I sure hope nothing bad happens to her.
What secrets are you hiding, I wonder?
Head empty. Don't worry about it, Emmett Silk. Ilana says, I couldn't believe my eyes when I found out you can explore the unsundered world, and to finally meet Emmett and Hethlodeus. Such a strong memory. What I remember, and what I still a little bit stand by, is that I feel like and the thing is, when we got to Shadowbringers and we got to see Ancients, I was like, that wasn't enough Ancients. I need more Ancients history and like storylines. Then we get to Elpis. I finish Elpis, do every single side quest there, and finish by saying, not enough ancient stuff. Where's the rest of it? So it's awesome, but I still was like, man, I want more. Like, I want like a whole spin-off game where we just get to experience the Ancients world as it is in some way. I think that would be really interesting. Given how the Ancients work, that could function as like a similar, like a Final Fantasy spin-off to to compete with things like Minecraft. Just make stuff because you can. Wouldn't that be cool? You're no longer a ghost. And I agree, Hithlodeus is incredibly good at arguments. I think the thing is that from Emmett's position, he had to argue for why we shouldn't bring me along. From Hithlodeus' position, he just had to argue as to why we shouldn't not bring me. Which I think is an easier argument. Like, just don't focus on winning. Just make sure the other person in the argument loses. Then you can be in the right or not. Doesn't matter. If they're in the wrong, you still win. And Licky says, that bird is a male Ellison in the game's files. Does she stand like an Ellison? Because that wouldn't surprise me. I believe Ancients stand and primarily gesticulate like Ellison. Guardians do it too. So there might be a reason there. Because I says, like, the moment I saw that bird, I was like, I don't like where this is going. I took pictures when I was here the first night, took lots of screenshots of like, wow, that's an adorable creature. I sure hope we get to learn more about her. And then the story happened. But let's get to see it first, right? This is hardly my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Why, it feels as if you could reach out and touch the heavens. Now then, to begin our guided tour, perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, I shall start with the basics. Using concepts to give shape to ether, creation magics allow us to bring forth anything we desire, be it inanimate objects or living beings. Anyone may conceive of concepts, but they must all undergo evaluation at the Bureau of the Architect. As part of that process, living beings and certain arcane entities may be sent here to Elpis for in-depth observation and study. A fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you will enjoy touring it with us. A present! Now then, our friend Hermes, aside from overseeing the facility, he also conducts his own research. Chances are he will be at the main observation hub, so let us seek him out there first. Hopefully his current research venture doesn't cause the world to go all off and into destruction and chaos. That wouldn't happen. Attired as you are, however, you stand out a little too much. What? Just because it's pink? Our dear Emmett Selk wishes to keep a low profile for his errand, so... You know how to make a robe. The basic concept will do. No, I can't make anything. Yeah, I can have pink ancient robes, I was just thinking that. Oh, in that case, Emmett Selk... No. Your whim, your responsibility. You're getting not another thimble of ether out of me. Yeah. The way he scrimps sometimes. You'd think he wasn't a nigh-bottomless fond of magic. Very well, I shall make the robe, but perhaps you can assist. Come, let's search for the requisite material. You know, His Gradeus, if I could make a basic robe, I would probably have shown up in one. Oh, we have a cherry pink dye with us. Perfect. Oh, also, new weapon. Boink. Nice. What? Why you have to be mad? Why are you trying to eat me? Leave me alone. Yes, these creatures should suffice. An etheric rope. I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 Petaludi. There are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds should serve. Now, I should mention that the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user, so the fact that you're like 2 feet tall is kind of a problem. As your ether is still thin compared to ours, you'll need to weaken the Petaludi first. Good luck. Thanks. That doesn't happen a lot. Wink. 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 I'm going to guess 35% will do. Wink. Excellent. I want that one. Wink. There we go. I think. Yeah. Why are you bullying me? Dumb serpent creatures. You've caught the Petaludi. Come, let us see. Duly weakened and carefully bound, this Petaludi is destined to become clothing. Oh. Ooh. Yes, these fine fellows will do nicely. And now for a spot of reversion. Reversion? Were they clothing first? There, it's ready. It's nothing fancy, but then we're trying not to stand out. Try it on for size. You turned living beings into clothing? Just like that? Well, not just like that. You need to revert them to their constituent ether first. Lest you wonder why I asked for two species, it is due to the difference in their etheric balance. Blending them allows us to produce garb with superior etheric stability. Well, and good to disguise and educated, but... Well and good to disguise and educated, but it won't fool anyone who can see worth a damn. Fair point, but at the very least it should spare you unwanted attention from casual observers. I mean, the bird girl isn't wearing a robe, so I don't see the problem with me wearing this. And Selk speaks true. Even dressed like us, your unusual nature will be plain to those who think to look. Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. No, best to simply say that you are a familiar. The question is whose? Can I be your familiar, Heterodeus? Ah, of course. Essence. If you say you belong to her, people will give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. Exploiting our associate's absence. For lack of her presence, absolutely. Were she here, she'd have been the first to propose the idea, and you know it. With that, your story is settled. Let us continue with our errand. An outfit. I actually thought it was just the robe. I don't think we need the rest of the outfit. Like, we can't see the rest of the outfit anyway, can we? Like, I don't think we need anything else other than this. So we splash it with pink dye, and I'm sure Selk is going to love that. And until we can glamour it, we just do like this. There you go. Now we are also an ancient. Or something. If you're ready, let us continue along the path to Anagnorisis. The place serves as an observation hub and residence booth. Someone there should be able to point us in the direction of Hermes. No one's going to bat an eye at me riding in on a dragon, will they? No one will worry about that. How did you make this? I think it's actually a really, really cute outfit. Kazadi said, for me, it's basically, please ignore my ears. If I remember correctly, if you're a... Oh, we can actually fix our outfit now. Let me just do that. I might have been able to do that out in the open anyway. It's just the glamour plates make me think otherwise for some reason. There we go. I think if you're a Regadin, Heterodeus is like instead of saying it's a bit small, isn't it? Like if you're not a Lalafil, Heterodeus will not really comment on you being particularly small. But if you're a Regadin, I think it's Regadin and or Ellison, Hythlodaeus is going to be like, you made it a little tall, didn't you? A little big, right? And then Mitzelk will comment like in the opposite direction of what he did when he's defending making a Lalafell really short. The Ellison do fit right in, no one will notice. Yes, can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Why are you wearing a mask? Well now, by your mask, I assume you're one of the 14. I wasn't aware there was to be a visitation. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. I see. My lips are sealed. The chief should be out conducting observations as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I expect you will find him at one of the pools here. The pools, you say? Many thanks, and apologies for disrupting your work. I say, Hythlodaeus, while I've never met Hermes, you know him well, do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his ether? Aye, that I could. As you know, Emet-Selch and I can discern the color of souls. By the same token, we can also see ether quite keenly and from great distances. With this skill, I could readily locate Hermes, but I felt that it would be a waste of an opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment, after all. By searching the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight into Elpis and the man in charge of it. This is as much for your own enjoyment, like as not, but point taken. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short, dark hair. So you know, it's because we're in Elpis that we don't have our cowls up. A special exemption due to the need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense, but I would not assume you possess any. I don't possess common sense. Head empty, remember? It is a rare treat indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance, and I thank you for humoring me. Come, let's find our man. I think Hythlodaeus and Emet-Selch will not comment on more non-human traits, but there is a point in the MSQ stuff where there are NPCs that are like, let me put it like this. Nearly everyone in Elpis, all side quests, any NPC you can talk with, will treat you like you're... What's a good example? Like you're an adorable pet cat. And they all want to pet you. Well, not like that. There's like a side quest. I think it's a side quest where they're literally like, oh, what a beautiful, cute little familiar. You must be hungry. And then they go out of their way to make food for you. Things like that. They all love you in Elpis. And they think your special qualities, like having scales as an aura, or your tail or ears as like a cat person, are incredible. But I don't believe Emet-Selch or Hythlodaeus brings attention to it aside from the height thing. Can I do the ether right now? I'm pretty sure he's over there. I can, excellent. Then we won't forget. A bewinged girl. Can I talk with her first? I want to talk with her first. Hey girl. Hello. They have such funny faces. Oh. They've created the axolotl. Interesting choice.
Oh. Different. You're different too.
Bit rude, but okay.
You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be... Wait. Please. Wait. Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts. May we please be friends? May we please be friends?
Ah, I see you found him.
All you gotta do, just be friends.
Hythlodaeus. It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Bluebird Raiden sent you a friend request.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
You were of the convocation.
I thought that was pretty funny, Gilano.
Emmett Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend? But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to...
She seems excited.
Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment. Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing. But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters. By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait to the main building yonder. I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
What's wrong, Hermes?
An ambystoma is missing.
Yes, that's what they're called.
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
You're saying they can climb with their sorry excuses for limbs?
The fashion has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish. The ambystomas too can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however... Excuse me.
I'll help too.
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
Didn't Meteon run with like the female hewer? Like, run?
May I suggest we split up?
Split up, gang! I'll go with Scooby.
If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
Hey, Vicels. The reason why I'm asking about the hero thing is because I believe Licky earlier mentioned that Meteon is typed as an Ellison in the files. I believe for some reason most objects in the game need to have like a race attached to them, and most of them just have a default value of like male hero or something like that. So it's a lot more interesting when something doesn't have that, you know? It seems Hermes and Meteon have found their quarry, a creature known in this age as an ambystoma. Yet, though it has been safely extricated from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite the predicament. The ambystoma, Hermes saw it high up the tree. He climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him and he slipped. You need a hand? Camera turns. Oh. No. I'm fine, if a little embarrassed. Now, for your own safety, please stand back. Ugh. He became a vampire. Hermes, are you alright? Quite alright, yes. My apologies for making you worry, Meteon. Both you and, Caetsu Chaiji you are called. An intriguing name, somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Really? Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You speak English, yes? You may be able to fly, but it doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Oh no! I had forgotten all about its fellows! No. Truly, What a relief. I must thank Emmett Silk and his Lodeus when I return to them. But first, with the distraction out of the way. As Chief Overseer of Elpis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you will enjoy your time here. I haven't heard that people dislike this story. I'm guessing that it's a little bit weird that we suddenly have this strange quest in the middle of the conversation where suddenly, oh, one of the creatures is gone. But I think the point is, so we have just met Hermes. A really, really effective way to teach us how Hermes is as a person is to have something weird like this happen. He could have just gone, it's just one of them, doesn't matter. Let's go and do our thing, you know? Or he would go, actually, can you, Convocation of 14 member, big important person, I suppose, can you go over there and wait? I have something more important, such as bringing this insignificant creature back. That says a lot about Hermes as a person. And is taught in this single extra quest. I understand it's a little weird pacing, but I don't think it's, like, pointless, at least. I think it makes sense. So Milko wants those back. Oh, are you Mexican, Vicels? Cool. Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let us return to Anagnorisis. Indeed. You will live next to the axolotls. That's really cool. My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the ambistomas are safe and well. I will presently send them back to their space, if you'd go on ahead to the main building. Upon entering, you will see a table and chairs, a meeting area. We may speak there. Very well. Take care not to let the creature slip away again. Isn't it a little bit of a shame that you as a player can never wear your mask? What do you say? I've decided to open a shop to keep my little creation fed. My wondrous wares can be used for the right amount of bicolored gemstones. Alright. Which makes no sense. The bicolored gemstones from a different age. Don't worry about it.
This appears to be the place. And here is where we part ways. We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins.
Honestly, I don't understand why we couldn't just explain who we are. Oh.
What? Will I have to remove you by force?
There are reasons I cannot speak freely. I can, however, not explain why.
Let's hear them then, these reasons of yours. Who knows? If I deem your mysterious cause worthy, I may even be inclined to offer my assistance.
I do not object to her attendance.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps. but I believe she can be trusted. Meteion would not have taken to her so quickly otherwise.
No, Mitsilk, we won't explain to you how you'll lose that amazing hair.
Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
As you wish, then. Behave yourself, do you hear?
Have I done anything but act exemplary in your presence, Emetsilk? I was given a robe, I put it on, I plunged it into pink dye first, but I put it on. Have I done anything wrong, Emetsilk? Have I?
So, it's finally happened then.
I also want to add that they would hardly notice me. I'm not tall enough to look over the table.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor. In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the Convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Fandaniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the Convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Fandaniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the Star?
Of his own volition, yes. Like so many others have before him.
Return to the Star? Does that mean die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis? Mankind is the life of Atheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness. To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the Star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom. Mayhap you feel Fandaniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I know of all this. I do. It's just... I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all. Oh no. I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteion outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
Hey Emir, how are you doing? I'm doing well. You've been playing a lot of... It's called Tears of the Kingdom, right? The new Zelda game. I've seen that it's really awesome. Just isn't really for me. I tried Breath of the Wild. I know it's not entirely the same, but I didn't get that far. It's just... There's something about the game that made me want to play something else. But that's awesome that you're having fun with it. And yeah, this is the tiniest ancient of Elpis. Smol Caetsu. Little girl, we don't use that bad word here. When you die... When you return to the star, that is an occasion for celebration. Nothing else.
I'm sorry, Caetsu. I didn't mean... A walk? Perhaps we can go for a walk?
Yes, we can. Hello.
Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I'm sad too. That's how I am. How he made me. But don't worry, I'm fine now. So, why did you come here? You want to learn about Elpis and Hermes? Ooh, teach you! I can teach you! We could take turns. I tell you something, then you tell me something.
Sounds fun!
It will be. Where to start? Ah, yes, let's talk to Memnon. He should be near the Aetheryte. I'm not good at explaining, but Memnon is, so I'll have him explain instead.
I feel like you're cheating, Meteion. I'll tell you something, then you tell me something. Okay, I'll start. Except I'll have someone else explain for me. Smol Caetsu found a playmate. Yeah, finally someone who understands me. Someone who's only slightly taller than me. Myself says, I accepted Bluebird Raiden by accident in my friend list, but all was part of my plan for a big report into her account. We don't want toxic people in this healthy game. I'm going to get closer to her so that I can report her.
Ah, the Aetheryte. Anyone can use it to teleport anywhere. Well, maybe not anywhere. Not to the ground or other isles. For that, you need teleporters. Oh, and permission.
Yeah, someone your own age. Memnon. And what have we here? Like a kindergarten outing. Yes. Though you look like a person, you could as easily pass for a toy. I assume you're a familiar like Meteion. Is there something you need?
This is Caetsu. Could you teach her about Elpis?
Ah, a newly arrived familiar, is she? Very well. I should be glad to introduce our fair facility to her. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist. Testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subjected to a rigorous study in which we identify their properties, surmise what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they may have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it will be allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you, too, were created with the hope of making the star a better place. So heed your masters well and be good. And be good. Do you hear?
We will, Memnon, we will. Thanks for the lesson. You had a turn, now I get a turn. Where did you come from?
From a place far, far away. From a place facing a great threat. From the Crystarium. I guess. That's funny. Just straight up tell her.
Crystarium? I've never heard of it. But this place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power. I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation. One not being watched. Then I'll explain my power.
Alright. What an adorable Lalafell. She's very green. Her hair matches her outfit. Very nice. Totoro.
Spriggans? What are Spriggans?
These?
Oh no, we call them Orei. Orei. If there's many, if there's many, if it's just one, we say Oreas. Oh, though they're cute, they can't be naughty.
Yeah, you don't say.
Sometimes they run off with concept crystals, and Hermes has to run after them.
That doesn't sound like a good addition. A motionless bird.
Ooh, this creation is perfect. But I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new? Anyway, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power.
You didn't need the creation to do that. There are two of them. And there's two birds.
I can't read it. Or maybe there's nothing to read?
That's pretty rich. I could have said I could read minds and do this, you know?
Wait, please wait. I'll try again, with you this time.
That is a much better idea, Meteon. Then I would at least be able to, like, know whether you did it.
Greetings. Can you hear me? This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in return. I'm not actually speaking to you in your mind. Rather, you are converting my emotions into words and intention, a process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms.
Oh, so I'm intelligent. Thank you.
This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings, even should they communicate via unknown languages or other non-verbal means. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yet, though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, charismatic. They draw me in and leave me wanting to know more.
Thanks.
Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Did you hear me?
No, I didn't.
Good. now it's my turn again. So, what are you good at?
Killing things? Playing! It's a secret! It's a secret. I'm good at playing.
Playing? I'm still not sure what that means.
Being pink? I'm pretty good at that.
Hermes says, let's play, but then he goes for a walk or looks at creations. It's fun, but no different from work.
It's a spoonbill. And he looks at me. I look at him.
I think we might be bothering it.
And he looks at me. And I look at him.
Let's keep going. We'll go and see
how the
Yuanthe next. She's usually in a small building, one on the west row.
Off we go to that then. That bird, we've seen it in Eorzea, in another world, in the past. That bird is the true mastermind behind everything. Hark my words. Or maybe not. This is not WoW. The shoebill is actually the jailer. Wait, wrong game.
Well, well, if it isn't Meteon, I see you've brought a friend today.
I'm the friend.
Greetings, Yuanthe. An apple? Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes, covered in syrup. I want to share it with Caetsu.
Can you make syrup-covered apples, Yuanthe? That sounds awesome.
Oh, candied apple. Hermes is certainly partial to them, but you know you can't eat Meteon. You weren't made to do so.
That is really sad.
But I like it too. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise.
So, what about me?
I'm sorry, Caetsu. I wanted to show you my favorite thing, then I could ask about yours, but I failed.
Mission failed.
Tell her what you like.
Sure. I like pink things.
Oh, that's what you like? Yes. Yes, I can feel it. Your joy and happiness.
I really like pink things.
And it makes me happy too. Thanks for sharing it with me, Caetsu. Well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go and see?
The candy crystal. The legendary candy crystal. One thing that I always immediately notice when running with Meteon is like her tail feathers, like that situation there, they're extremely floppy. You see what I mean? Myself says, on another topic, not many people just going around in Alpha, right? Well, Alpha is a small world compared to the others, simply because it's very new. And if you have anything to do like that isn't like do your main quest or something like that, then in most cases it is more it's easier to find people in the world on the other worlds. So people would visit them. And the further we get in the story, the further we get to this no man's land between the area where a lot of players are and endgame. Now, when a new world opens, it is not uncommon that some players will make a character on that world just to have a character on it, and they might play it, but because the story is so incredibly long, I'm just saying, without a boost, And without an enormous amount of time on your hands and a love for the story of Final Fantasy XIV, how many characters do you feasibly imagine you would max out without paying to skip the story? Because I don't think the answer is very many. So I think what happens is that a lot of players might get through the A Realm Reborn story with the secondary characters, some might get through Heavensward, and then as they go further, more and more people will drop off and go back to their main. And a lot of players also specifically move their character to Alpha so that they could buy a house. But these characters are usually mains that have completed the story, so we won't see them either. And I think Dynamis is also a much worse case, because you have to remember Dynamis is a whole data center, right? So that data center, like the whole package of worlds are all like kinda empty. So people typically visit the other data centers to do stuff, which perpetuates the problem, unfortunately. But Alpha is a new world on an existing data center. So that means that the reasons you would visit Alpha for are like housing. Everything else you can do on the other attached worlds anyway. You can also queue for stuff from Alpha. Like, if you have friends in other worlds, it's just easier to hang out there. So like, I think it's complicated, but it's not surprising that there's not a lot of players. I don't know how many players I would see in Elpis on Louis Soir, but I don't think it would be much more than this. There you are. I can see the fresh air has done Meteon good. Caetsu wants to learn about you and Elpis, so I taught her. About this place, about my power, about your favorite food. I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use. But I do appreciate you keeping Meteon company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. He requested time to consider the invitation. We have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. It has been decided that Emmett Silk and Hythrodeus will accompany me as I tend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too. I am compelled to remind you that she is in no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet at Propylaeon. There is no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. I do not mind. To see the joy her presence brings Meteon, I cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent. Caetsu's kind. Really, truly, she taught me as much as I taught her. You're coming, of course? You're coming, of course, to watch Hermes? You're bound to learn lots and lots. Yes. That's why I'm here. A new chess piece. A new chess piece. With slightly more item level. Oh, that looks very cool. How does it look in pink? Not that pink. However, we are in the business of being an ancient right now. Much better. If everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward Ambistoma. Have care when you step outside a hub, for there may be more unruly creatures about. Onward we go. I have a pretty strong feeling that we're not going to make it to the next dungeon in this stream, but I can't be sure. I feel like the quests are a lot shorter in this part of the game. Or in this particular part of the story. And I'm mostly just counting quests. Bicel says, how fast was that glamour? I never glamour because I'm a snail doing those things. I'm just really fast at making all my things pink. This here is a new species of Petaluda we recently set loose. It has been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it onto the world. Giant butterflies? Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? It is the presence of a soul. Yet, the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation, that can endure on their own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I've received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. Really? Yeah, exactly, Kasari. There's a surprising amount of quests here. I have like an idea of how many quests we usually can manage to do. And I also have like a list of all the quests so that I have a pretty good idea of how close we are. And I'm pretty confident that we're not going to make it to the next dungeon in this stream. However, there is a good chance that we're going to do like 2 dungeons in the next stream after that. But who knows for certain? Ah yes, Lightning Neuma, just as the report said. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it's in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift towards a given element. Right now, that element is lightning, which draws the Neuma here to replenish their ether. It appears Meteon is busy. Oh? Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the Neuma? By using this lightning converger, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. A veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. Feed the lightning elementals. Using this concept crystal, anyone can harness lightning regardless of spellcasting skill. Cool. Can I keep this? Even a toddler like you, indeed. Perfectly done, Caetsu. Look. Munch, munch. Crunch, crunch. See how they gather to feed, how they express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. Be it a soulless arcane entity such as the Neuma, or an ephemeral life form such as the Petaluda, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive. Is Meteon a living being? A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the Bureau of the Architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision such as Hetladaeus may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that is all I need to know.
Oh, you've finished already? I'm sorry, I was in the way.
Not to worry, my dear. They missed nothing of note. And we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we will head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there. Hermes, let's see, Myself says, Hermes was so annoying to me, like Meteon as well. Those two had something uncanny valley-ish for me. I don't know, I found Meteon extremely cute. Like, as I said earlier, my first reaction to meeting Meteon was like, I'm gonna need like a bunch of pictures of this. She's the cutest thing I've ever seen. And I did take several screenshots when I met her the first time. And Hermes, I feel, is like a very, very compassionate person. There's just one small problem, but we'll get to that. Exactly, Ymir. Munch. 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 That's a lot of teeth.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects. So, how are we coming along?
She does not have a voice actor.
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
Wait, what?
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it. And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Antelekis.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteor?
Research.
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%.
That 0.3 is apparently important.
The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay, I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an entelechy. Like me. So... are we the same? Entelecchies.
Sure, I don't see why I couldn't be one. Well, I have been known to transcend my limits with nothing but determination. If I'm thin, it's because Emmett Silk didn't do a proper job. Well, on this quest line, as we know, its other nickname is Everyone Makes Fun of Emmett Silk, the storyline.
Well, aren't we ungrateful? Mayhap I should revert you to the pathetic, faded thing you were.
No! Sad Kai.
A deficit of ether alone does not an entelechy make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it. Oh dear, I'd forgotten about the poor fella. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Exactly, Emir. Like, breaking your limits. Like some button we have. I think you call it LB or something like that. Large beacon. Lengthy bacon. Loud barking? No. The flashbang. Ah, yes, that's what it's called. Limit break! Myself says, I'm sorry, but I'm on the team. I wish I had the option to impale both this time. I want to point out, as we are told by Elidibus, Lalafell beam! Lalafell beam! That is an excellent, that's a good one. I love that. Elidibus tells us before we go into the past that we cannot change the present with what we do. Basically what he says with that is that the way that time travel works, and we are also taught this in Shadowbringers, the way that time travel works is that when you go into the past in Final Fantasy XIV, you actually go into like a separate version of the past. So, like, you go back to the past, to a past where the present hasn't happened yet, and then change that future or that present, you could say. Like, you make, like, imagine like you have like a train rail, so just like reverse back on the rail back to a different starting point, and then you continue from there forward. Which means that if you're interested in helping your current timeline by going back into the past and learning, the best you can do is change as little as possible. And given that we know that Elidibus knows that we were there, we can assume that somehow we got into contact with people, so the best we can do is just not prevent anything from happening that happens, and just try to observe. Because anything we do will not help our current state of affairs. Our current timeline will not be helped by us getting rid of Meteion and Hermes. However, if we were to do that, whichever future that that would result in, assuming no one similar to Hermes that decides to harness the power of Dynamis for the bad of the world comes around, then that present would probably still feature ancients. Like, if there was no reason to do the big sundering, then there would still be ancients, and that might not be a bad thing. It might not be a bad thing. Myself says, Hermes wanted to play God in the same time where they were gods already. Yeah, that's true. The only benefit that the ancients would get from harnessing Dynamis is that they could be playing gods, sort of, in the way that they are on Etheris, just in space. You want to impale them because they look weird? That sounds a little scary, don't you think? Lange Burnen, what does that mean? That could work. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it, even if we knew, but it irks me to discover that there is an entirely different form of energy, and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the Celestial, he would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. What do you specialize in? Oh, you wish to know why Emmett Silk was chosen for the convocation? I should be glad to share the tale. Ahem. It began when... Not another word. Lest you've forgotten, we're to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. I wanted to know. My apologies for the wait. I have inspected the Ampelos to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it is released onto the world. Oh yeah, I know, those did get released onto the world, didn't they, Hermes? Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well, the Charybdis. That's a spell. That is what we shall tend to next. If you would follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main isle and head north. Myself says, jokes aside, those two honestly make me feel so uncomfortable. I don't know what it is, but they do. Maybe it's how they watch the world that makes me feel uncanny valley-ish. Maybe. Did you feel as weirded out by them the instant, like when you first met them? Or did the weirdness turn up as you learned more about them? Delano says, there is a Tales from the Shadows that explores what happens in the timeline where the Black Rose calamity happens. Graha's original timeline. Where can you read those? Just 1 second. This link sends you to all of the written storylines. Remember, if you haven't completed the main quest, many potential spoilers may occur, but usually it's stories that don't happen in the game originally. But yeah, my point is that if you got rid of Hermes, then Meteion wouldn't be a problem. But who's to say not that someone else doesn't show up and get crazy and then do something with Dynamis? The whole crux of the matter is that the Ancients are wholly and completely unqualified to deal with an apocalypse related to Dynamis. They are completely incapable of dealing with such a problem. That was part of the reason why I believe that the Sundering happened, because one of the weaknesses of the Ancients is that they're too concentrated in ether, so they're incapable of dealing with anything else. So it doesn't have to be Hermes. It would just cause a different problem. It would be kind of funny to hear what would happen if Hermes and Meteion wasn't a thing, and then just see that we end up in a similar type of chaos. Kosadi says, also by this point, there are untold amounts of meat here. That is also true. They might just go on a rampage of their own without Hermes. But yeah, if you could avert this disaster, it is likely that that would just lead to a different disaster. Because the problem isn't Hermes or Meteion, the problem is Dynamis. The question is whether the Ancients would be able to harness the power of Dynamis for good before evil gets to harness it. And it seems like it's a lot easier to use it for evil based on this story. I understand there's a problem with one of the Charybdis. Yes, that's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature. Owing to the adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. The specimens created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water, its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished, and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they are too unstable, flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Charybdis would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. Yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. What? You needn't go to such lengths. Huh? You don't know? Well, of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form, and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet, convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth and unseemly as running around robeless. Shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just that, when transformed, I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may be, as it may. Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emmett Silk, may I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellows, somewhere out of sight? Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So have a little faith and run along. I trust you don't mind. You have an extremely good point, Ymir. It's floating. What is the practical difference between a creature that is floating and something that is flying? Like, if it can float like 1 meter over the ground, wouldn't that stand to question that it would surely be able to, like, float out here and stay at that height? Or perhaps its ability to float is related to the propulsion off of the ground, like the returning factor of the wind it pushes downwards, pushing it back up, is a crucial part of its ability to float, which means that if it isn't immediately above ground, it wouldn't be capable of flight at all. Hence, it's floating. I suppose that is the answer. The problem is depression and nihilism. I will say, what we learn about Hermes here is that he values all life. And a huge part of Elpis is to just get rid of life that isn't important. Or good enough, so to speak. Playing God. Emmett Silk is out of sight? Good, let's speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emmett Silk train the Charybdis. Nani? Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see ether currents. And with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you described, it is not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would also be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. Caetsu, I want you to go to Emmett Silk. Tell him that you have a favor to ask. He'll be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go now. And good luck. With the chat mode in Say, use your keyboard or the software keyboard to enter any phrase containing the words "I have a favor to ask" to indicate to Emmett Silk that you have a request. Wow, he just ran for it. It might have a fear of heights, exactly, Tracy, but I will say that it being able to levitate or float might not necessarily imply that it is capable of flight. you know, I believe different birds are only capable of like different birds in real life are capable of reaching different heights because of, I believe, the density of the air and things like that. So that also matters. So there are many possibilities as to why a creature would be able to fly a little bit here, but not there. But we're not explained exactly the reasons, because in Final Fantasy XIV the reason is usually magic. Well, are your preparations for the scheme that is clearly not a scheme complete? Oh, no you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. I don't know what Hithrodeus is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. If Hithrodeus is to be believed, relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever-weary Image Silk. Please, Image Silk. Please.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emet-Selch. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emet-Selch. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last. I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we? You were wondering why Emet-Selch joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even, quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emet-Selch has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand.
Take your time, Ymir.
Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve herself in the business of others. Where she walks, excitement is certain to follow. Her antics irritate FFXIV to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to FFXIV? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
Let me just walk over here. And then I will be right back, and then we continue. Forgot something. I'm back. Then I will send our manatee companion back in his place, which is right here. Right, we had to wave. Emerging from his reverie, Emmett Silk notices you and begins to descend with the Charybdis. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. And Caetsu and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you will need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The Charybdis flies. Indeed, with this, we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them. That is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way, we could guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. And that's what I mean. Hermes really, like, he does realize that they're kind of playing God. But he also realizes that just because they are doesn't mean that life that isn't perfect isn't worth having. Hermes. I'm fine. Don't worry. Well, that concludes all of my present tasks. Let us return to Anagnorisis for now. And you also got some water vessels. Good choice. And Tracy came back with some coffee. Nice. An interesting thing is that in the fight with Bismarck back in Heavensward, you fight two of those Charybdis looking creatures, and one is green and one is blue. And if the blue one implies that, oh, there's an ether current, that it is like favoring water aspected ether, I suppose the green one would be like particularly like leaning towards wind aspected ether. And I think that's a very interesting detail, that you fight a wind and a water Charybdis in that fight, which suggests that both types ended up like surviving as similar creatures. And given that they're fighting together, there is a chance we could hypothesize that these creatures, like, just like in the same herd, are equally or like at least both likely to spawn. Which means that they, like, that the fact that they didn't do anything about this weird anomaly might be beneficial. Instead of it just being like a herd of wind creatures, they have the advantage of also harnessing water magic, you could say. Vicel says, that Nana Bear fits Smol Caetsu so well. It was a present. Who was it that gave it to me? I don't think I wrote that down. I can't remember who gave it to me. Well, I do believe it was given to me on stream, so it would be something that we could dive back through time to figure out. But it is very good. It is also very cute. What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. Yeah, that's what happened. That is definitely what happened. That's how it went down. Right, guys? So here's a little trick. If you want to apply a glamour plate, but you don't actually want to override it with the whole glamour plate, you can do this. And just re-equip. Perfect. Tell me, Caetsu, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Nothing so far, but I'm hopeful that will change. Dynamis seemed promising. I'm not sure what I'm looking for, but I don't think I've found it yet. Dynamis seemed promising. Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Lycaean, I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon the nearby occupants, slaughtering them. What? A carnivore? Was the creature hungry, or somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the occupants were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Lycaean that is to blame, their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I have no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Thoros will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where's the scene of the incident? Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Dolos is still there, however.
Hermes, wait!
And off she goes. So, gentlemen, do we follow? If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. It is quite funny that they like release basically a carnivore into the wild and are surprised that it kills something. However, I suppose the weird thing in this case is that they were like, well, it wasn't hungry, it just killed the other animals just for the memes, right? Which is a little weird, I suppose. Triple kill! The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. A Lycaon was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doros must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Emmett Silk and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the Lycaon did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow with Caetsu.
Come, it's down this path and over the bridge.
I remember it was around the level 87 mark in the story where when I did all this stuff on my main that I actually fell behind. Right, specifically when the quest switched to level 87, my character was still level 86 on the Summoner Scholar because I was spending, like, I was doing daily duties and stuff with other jobs to level them, and I did not do any side quests, which of course meant that I spent all of my rested experience and, like, all of those bonuses on other jobs, and so I eventually fell slightly behind. I had to do like 1 or 2 side quests, and then I was back up on par again. So that is to say, if you've ever heard someone say that side quests are optional, it is mostly true. It is mostly true. You also have to remember that because I played Endwalker from level 80, if you play the entire story when Endwalker is existing, you will like get ahead, and you will not ever fall behind again.
There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him.
It's funny how they describe people by one aspect alone. It's like, it's a dude and his hair is long and blonde, because everything else is like, oh yeah, he's wearing a black robe. Oh, right. Everyone is. This guy?
Doros! That's Doros!
Well now, if it isn't Medion, what brings you here? Ah, I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Lycaons, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields in restraint. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Caetus. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says. The beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need to concern yourself with, as you were. We've heard the news that a Lycaon slaughtered Occupies. As the observer in charge, you have the opinion that they are not fit to be released. I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released, Lycaones would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them. All exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos? a memory reconfiguration system. The Chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive, and potentially dangerous. Depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions, Pesh Tarot may wish to have words with you. Rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief, let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of ether simply being reduced to its original state? I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied, even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. This all for the greater good. For the greater good! And none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat onto the world. Yet insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all that the Lycaones have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion? That Emmett Selk may better carry out his duties. By all means. Pray show them to the meeting room. Mycel says, wait, the MSQ is almost done. What will you do after you finish Smol Kai? Play it again? I mean, we still have, like... I think we have close to 50 episodes in total when we're done, so there's still quite a while to go. But if nothing else, we have tons of side quests we can do. So that was what I had in mind. A lot of people have previously asked on these streams, will you do the raid? Like, before you go on to the next expansion. And there I always just go, no, we're doing the main quest and just the main quest. And we only do side quests when we're specifically doing side quests, and typically those side quests are level another job. So, for example, when we finished the main quest, we could, like, go and see Alexander. We could also, this one would actually require people to come with me though. We could go and check out the binding coils. Not do them synced maybe, that might be very, very difficult because then, you know, have a full party coordinated and ready to go because some of those fights are actually really, really hard. But we could absolutely go and check these things out. And those are also stories worth checking out. And a huge part of these Smol Kai streams is like re-experiencing the stories. Because doing content, like doing a raid, and doing dailies and stuff like that, I could do on my main, and it wouldn't be any different from doing it on Smol Kai, aside from what character we are like viewing it from. But specifically, like, doing a story again is a lot different on Smol Kai because we're actually going out and doing it. And if people want to see, like re-experience the story of a raid with me, then we can do that. If people don't really care, then we can do something else. But the main point of Smol Kai is, like, just to experience stuff together on streams. I don't play Smol Kai off stream. Like, I have really briefly logged in off stream on it once, like before like episode 3 or 2, I think, to check something. But after that, I haven't. That's also why usually near the end of the streams, I go out of my way to take some pictures for thumbnails and stuff, because I'm not going to log in and do it off stream. Kai Eureka soon. And Myself says, good to know, to hurry, because I haven't unlocked a lot of content. I'll have to do it, I won't be able to be in some streams without getting spoilers. I mean, if you've completed the MSQ, then there's an extremely high probability that you, like, have access to the content, which means that, for example, if you see that, on the weekly schedule, for example, you see, oh, we're going in Alexander this week, and you might not have done Alexander, you can do it beforehand. Things like that. Because most of it will be a lot more easily accessible than MSQ, where it's like, oh, you're doing quest number 300 and I'm on number 200? Going to be quite impossible to fix that one in a few days.
To man, other beings are just things to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes told me once.
Cool. We're going to do that a bunch of times. Hello. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time play with the other child. Meteon, are you feeling unwell?
It's not me, Hermes. It's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Caetsu.
Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Meteon in your care again? I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me.
Can you help me with something, Caetsu? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most, of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting, or beautiful, or strong, better in some way, but flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one, and I want you to search with me. Let's start here, at the 12 wonders.
Did I talk with the Aetheryte? Oh, I did. Good. It's not me, it's Toxic. Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands adorn the tree.
Oh, so big and bright. I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said.
Did he now? So, does he want a tree? A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers.
No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far.
If you say so. Yawn. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern.
These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine though. Let's keep looking.
I feel like you're very much... Meteon did the... Take any flower you like. Anything works. The world is your oyster. Not that one. Oh, definitely not that one. Oh, Don't even think about that one. No, 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 not this one. Which one is it, Meteon? Set on a tall, thin stalk. The oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations. Oh, a corneon, a flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Caetsu, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. Or that one. Not that one either. I'll run over the poisonous flowers. Are you sure the reason isn't that the flowers are apparently like stone? You spy nothing promising nearby, at best. Common-looking grasses with some few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Ah! Over there, Caetsu. Something big, huge. Myself says, the big spoiler ahead video. How certain scene with Meteon should have ended. Final Fantasy XIV animated in my mind was canon and will always be, okay? Oh. I don't know if I watched that. But it's okay. It's okay to not like a character based on something they did. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the marble-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. The things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. Ah. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Caetsu? Would he like it? Probably not. It's probably not the good sort of memory. Not this one either. Finding a good flower is harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Caetsu, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise. Oh! Try and check it out later by ourselves, but right now we're streaming. We can't just park the stream because suddenly I have to watch something, right? I'll try to remember. But it's good to know it's not that long. That matters a bit. There was this video called, I believe it was called /emote that I was recommended to watch, and it's like pretty long. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. Ah, there's nothing. The shiny thing over there, what could it be? Myself says, when will you finish? Well, normally we stream for around 6-ish hours for these specific streams. So in like 2 hours and then a bit. Unless we're at a really, really inconvenient spot to stop at, then sometimes we'll go a little extra. Or maybe we'll stop a little early to avoid a problem there. But in around 2 hours and then a bit. Oh, Elpis flowers! They're here too! Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me. They're intellecties, like me. They feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes though. For others, they're always white and bright. That's true, Chilano. That would actually be very convenient. Then I don't have to, like, remember to do it if you just, like, post the link. That is actually pretty common, that if we talked about something, people, like, post a link or something about what it is that they meant after the stream. That makes it a lot easier for me as well. So I do appreciate it. I don't think we're going to reach the dungeon. We haven't even reached level 87 quests yet, and the dungeon is near the end of the level 87 quests.
Truly, the flower was dark in your home. Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion?
One dark emotion. I've known the pain and sorrow of loss. I felt great fury and frustration. I've been plagued by doubt and anxiety. I dare say I have a few. I've been plagued by doubt and anxiety.
I see. Hermes has felt the same. A shortness of breath, the walls closer and closer, but only him. No one else feels it. Please, Caetsu, won't you lend them to me? Your doubt and anxiety? I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too.
You've got it. I'll be sad in front of Hermes.
Truly, you'll do it. Thank you, Caetsu. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him.
I feel like our quest to get a flower to show Hermes, or to give Hermes, kind of failed there.
It seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they're finished.
All right.
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
You're not alone. All the weird familiar creatures around here also feel sadness, but other people like yourself don't. Maybe you're weird too.
I see Meteon has shared much with you. May we talk a moment? I do not think it wrong that we live for the star. that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain. But they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Naught amiss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Elpis, or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Oh, I could tell you all about suffering. Let's have no more brooding, eh? Glad I could be of service. I think I'll take the brooding one.
Indeed. Difficult though it may be, I must endeavor to be strong like you. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters. Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteon. Let us head back.
All right.
Weisel says, Hermes, apparently the first biologist. I don't think he was the first to delve into plants. There was also the part that there was a chief before him. The first with mental problems. Well, he certainly had to deal with a lot of animals, and he was apparently just the first that happened to care. Say, why in the world would you care about other stars, other lives, other civilizations? Why wouldn't you? So I do believe he says this, he explains this, but the reason why he does this is because, so Hermes lives in a world where everyone agrees that the purpose of living is to make the world a better place. And just to improve on it. Basically like being a god. Which is what all of the ancients are doing, are basically just terraforming and adjusting the world to be as good as it can be according to their philosophies. Which also means that they choose what creatures they want to add to the world, depending on whether they add anything to the world. Which is a little absurd, don't you think? If you think about it, what exactly, just to reference something that we saw in that cutscene, does a hedgehog add to the world? What does a hedgehog add to the world? Could we have done just fine with a different animal instead of a hedgehog? Or is there some property that a hedgehog specifically adds to the world that no other creature could? So, like, making a perfect paradise will at some point require you to make some subjective decisions. Because it isn't that simple. It's not that clear cut. It just isn't. And if you live in a world, basically your entire world is everyone saying that for the greater good, make the world better. And you're sitting there like, well, I don't feel like we're doing that. But no one else will give you a useful answer. Who can you ask? Different worlds. Hermes' entire objective was to figure out, what do other worlds do to be happy? Like, are we weird? Or do everyone do this? But I think Tracy has a pretty good point to this. And this is something that I agree on, and I believe is the common problem that arose, is that he asked the wrong question. He asked the wrong question, so he got a useless answer. There's also the part that he could have done all this and included others in it. I think the argument for why he didn't do that, which does kind of make sense, is that as far as Hermes understands, he is the only person that cares about this answer. Because all the ancients already know the answer to the universe, what the meaning of life is, according to them. Hermes is the one that disagrees, so he doesn't need anyone else to tell him otherwise. He does not care about anyone's second opinion. In the slightest. So why ask? The problem is that that's the whole downfall of his project, is that he didn't ask anyone for help. An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I attend to my next task. As Emmett Silk and Heth Deus are aware, we reached our verdict regarding the fate of the Lycaones. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Soros has followed the correct protocols, and as Chief Overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lycaones would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Heterodeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet, whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycaones have served their purpose. Dolos has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course. Let us be off then. We return to the main isle. If that is the Chief Overseer's duty, that he has to oversee these things every time, then it is not too surprising that he, of all people here, would be the one that gets a little bit more attached to the creatures here, right? He is the one that has to see every single one off when it isn't good enough. And that is true, Vicels. It is quite familiar, this, to Labyrinthos, right? It's just that what the Sharlayans are doing is that they're just collecting stuff. While here, they're literally producing it. Dolos, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 Wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Caetsu handle that one. The pair in the sky, you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emmett Silk, unneeded though it is. Then why are you helping him? Meteon, you have to stay here with Dolos.
But Hermes...
Then the Lycaones must be reverted. I would spare you their pain, and mine. This is my burden, not yours, but if you are intent on helping, then please, follow my lead. And off we go then. The rustling of murderous leaves. Oh, there it is. Just floating. Hi, Hermes. I appreciate your help, and lament that it is necessary. There is our quarry within striking distance at present, but if it feels threatened, it may well flee beyond our reach. Here's my plan. You will approach slowly, in full view, and draw the Lycaon's attention. Now, I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. Fear not. By my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let us begin. That is absurd. I'm fighting a fireball. Is there more fireball? Of course there are. I killed one of the fireballs with Dragonfire Dive. I returned it to the star, as they say.
Now, Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten. In concept endure. To reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Fandaniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
He actually has an incredibly good point. If the point of an ancient's life is to help perfect the world, or at least add whatever you feel can be added to it, and then you are satisfied and go to the afterlife, what then do you do on the day where there is nothing more to improve or add? Do all of the ancients then just all move on and just let society disappear? For who are they making this perfect world? Because they're certainly not making it for all these animals, right? So he has a point on that. What's the point of doing this? If it's not there to serve anyone in particular, because those that would benefit from it are going to leave once they're finished. Like, yeah, that is a very interesting point. The other Lycaones have been taken care of. The incident is resolved and life in Elpis continues as normal, or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet, never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Oh yeah, this is the quest where I suddenly had to do side quests because I was behind in levels. Where to now? If there's anything you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. Again, as such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Caetsu? Will you continue along with us? Sure. Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head back towards Anagnorisis. No. That's not very much to save by teleporting there. I mean, I think Elpis is very pretty. I don't know what you would do in Elpis. Personally, think about it. If you live in a society where you could make anything, hypothetically you could make anything, but the laws they put in place for the safety of mankind state that you're only allowed to make things that have like been tested and approved, basically concepts, as I believe they're called. Wouldn't one of the most interesting places to live be in the places where concepts are made and tested? Because that at least gives you an opportunity to play with it. It's like, it's not an incredibly good example, but it's like in the anime My Hero Academia, where most people have some sort of superpower, but unless you have your special license to use it, you're technically not allowed to use it. Why would you not want to get that license then? Unless, of course, your superpower is incredibly boring. Like, for example, Hythlodaeus says that his aptitude with anything but sensing ether is terrible. He would probably not find it super fun to try and be in a job position where he actually had to make things because he can't. Not very well, at least. But if you had the capacity to, why wouldn't you? Of course, Elpis is specifically for living things in some capacity, so maybe it would be better to go somewhere where you're working with more lifeless concepts if you're not too keen on working with animals, for example. From here, we follow the path northwards to Notoneus. There we will find one of the nails which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need to use the device together once, and henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? But I think that's that's why I think that the ancients are so interesting. It's because it's such a different world to like anything else in Final Fantasy XIV, for example. And just the idea of such a world is very fascinating. Like, as far as I understand, ancients do things for the sake of doing them and helping and making a better world. They don't, you know, go to work to get paid. Pay for what? They don't need anything. They just do things for the sake of doing them. Here we are, Notoneus. This Neus will take us to Calimelius, Sephiros, the western island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way and we can soon admire the view from above. That is true, Bicels. You could make anything. What's the safest way to do that? Impose laws on it so you don't create chaos.
I present to you Calimelios Zephyros.
Zephyros!
Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by... Well, well. An Arraius. How delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
Nice.
That was too close. Are you unharmed?
She knocked it out with the sharp end of her sword, somehow.
Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
It's right behind me, isn't it?
Benar, that we should meet you here.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Benar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is she, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are? I say, have you perchance come from the future?
Good guess.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
That sounds rather like the Blessing of Light. Does it protect you from enthrallment by primals by any chance? I think the first one is just fine.
I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future.
True.
Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to, and quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
I will say that is incredibly good planning on her part to like mark you in A Realm Reborn and just go, I'm sure you'll find a way, because she knows.
My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal and the quick-fingered Aureus, which made off with it. An Aureus, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Aureus. There's no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you're hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading into Poeton Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts.
I feel like Emmett Silk is like the, if not the most, then like at least the top 3 most liked character in Final Fantasy XIV. Pretty sure he's in the top 3 at the very least. Oh, an ether current. There's just something about the way that he is that is both really funny. Mycel says, oh, you didn't know? In Japan, he won a poll as the most loved character in all the franchise. Oh, that is actually quite impressive in all the franchise. I could imagine that if he won that a lot of other Final Fantasy like communities, like for the other games in the franchise, wouldn't be super happy with that if they have never played Final Fantasy XIV, right? Like, that's an interesting concept, is that if you're making a vote on that, people that haven't played Final Fantasy XIV would think, who's this upstart? He isn't as good as whoever the best character is in our game. Which makes sense. And I will say that Final Fantasy XIV might have an unfair advantage due to being an MMO and all that. But my point was more that I don't think that Emmett Silk is specifically a Japanese favorite. He might just be like an overall favorite.
Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed it in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better?
I have it. A scintillating crystal upon which is stored some manner of esoteric concept. There you go.
The crystal. Well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things?
Yes. I've often been asked to do so.
Oh, you too! Some of us seem destined to always be searching, for ourselves and for others. Long ago, when I held the seat of Assam, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, this need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I'm still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinion sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is, the way one thing leads to another, wouldn't you agree?
Waka is the guy in Final Fantasy X who plays Blitzball. The Blitzball guy. And Blitzball is a sport that is so beloved, especially by the Final Fantasy X community, that if they also played Final Fantasy XIV, they are almost certain to have requested that it be in Final Fantasy XIV. I have seen Blitzball and like in the game, and it just feels like it's like you're more like just coaching. Imagine playing a sport, but it's a turn-based game. A little strange. And I think part of the reason why Final Fantasy XIV isn't exactly trying very hard to implement it, or at least hasn't gotten any further, is because Final Fantasy X's representation of Blitzball is based on what they could do at the time. So now, in Final Fantasy XIV, you might be able to do something more involved, given that you could have, you know, a full team of players on both sides and stuff like that. That would of course mean that it could be real time. But then Final Fantasy XIV's like janky mechanics would be very awkward and laggy as it is in PvP already. And there's also the part that PvP in and of itself is not very popular in Final Fantasy XIV. So it seems like an incredible amount of effort for something that a surprisingly small amount of players would actually care about. Right? Like, nothing wrong with Blitzball or PvP, but because it's going to be like a sports game, it would kind of have to be PvP in that sense. And I think a lot of players would simply choose not to participate the instant they realize that they're not playing the CPU. And a lot of the players, because you have to remember, because Blitzball in Final Fantasy X is turn-based and like really like rigid to try and demonstrate how it's supposed to work, it leaves a lot to the imagination. Like, it leaves a lot to the imagination. And because it leaves a lot to the imagination, it means that it's like when you see a movie based on a book you have read. You will go, oh, I don't remember, I don't think he would look like that. I don't think that it would be like this. I imagined it differently. That's what would probably happen. That they would like that whatever Final Fantasy XIV would do with Blitzball, it would not be good enough. It would not satisfy everyone. Okay, so let's just see that list. Emmett Silk from 14, Waka from 10, Cloud from 7, Tifa from 7, Zidane from 9, Aerith from 7, Grahatia from 14, Vivi from 9, and Titus from 10. And 10 is Horsefant from 14. So let me just point out, the only Final Fantasy games that were represented in the top 10 is 14, 10, 7, 9. And that's that. That's that. That's literally it. 7, 9, 10, and 14. I would also say that I think that Cloud might have like an inflated amount of love because of how well known 7 is compared to most of the other Final Fantasy games. Personally, have you paid attention to how Cloud is? He's not that nice of a person. He's very strange.
Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, it says time I returned this stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task.
Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Ilana says, what was fun with Blitzball is that you could recruit various NPCs all around the game of 10. Even very unimportant NPCs, and you could gain combat techniques via Blitzball. And there was a good storyline and challenges around it. That is actually also a very good point. Because that means that there's a good chance that what people liked about Blitzball isn't Blitzball itself, but some of the underlying mechanics surrounding it, like the story and the challenges and the NPCs you could recruit, which would not be represented in the game mode if Final Fantasy XIV was to have it. Tracy says, I know that Cloud isn't a super nice guy. Emmett is nice? As a counterpoint? No, not necessarily. He was reasonable. That is more to say that Cloud is... he is extremely awkward as a person, like towards other people, and he's not very friendly. He probably grows in character, but I do think that the main reason why he has a lot of popularity is because he's the front figure of Final Fantasy VII, which is incredibly well known. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please, make yourself at home while I put on some tea. Oh, you have tea here. Excellent. I've run out of tea.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Smol Caetsu gets no sweetmeats. Tracy says, Emmett is charismatic but genocidal. Put a pin in that. There is a logical explanation for why that isn't so absurd when you think about it. But we take this cutscene first. Welcome back, Ymir. A calamity called the Final Days has befallen the world. The world has been sundered, broken into shards. Mankind is being forced to flee the star. I think the one with the shards. I think the Final Days is the most relevant one to start with.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which she must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any, but we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman.
I don't think that is correct. But okay then, Emmett.
To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme.
The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Selk, wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Dynamis is key to all of this. Or Hermes and Meteon are somehow involved. I'm still trying to make sense of it all. Dynamis is key to all of this.
Ah yes, the energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of Dynamis. And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteon? Yes, I believe this warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. Now suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Selk is the man Azam described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Right. So, let me just see here. Tracy says, Emmett is charismatic but genocidal. So, one thing that is really important to understand about all of the ancients, except a few, is that they do not consider imperfect beings significant. As we have learned here in Elpis, not being good enough warrants becoming unmade. Selk views every single sundered person in existence as completely irrelevant to the universe and might as well be unmade for the better of the world. The only exceptions to that would be those that choose to side with the Asians, because they're basically choosing to help unmake themselves in a way. But that's like the only exception. As far as Selk is concerned, he's basically a doctor trying to cure the world of the problem. He is friendly to the players because he's choosing to attempt a different method. This method being attempting to reason with the imperfect beings. Maybe they'll just give up if he can explain to them that they're imperfect and should give up. They're intelligent beings, so surely we can agree on that. Turns out you can't, because non-ancients are closer in comparison to Hermes' logic than an ancient's logic, like Selk. that everything deserves a chance to live. None of us are perfect. And Umia points out that everyone's depressed. There's the argument for Emmett Silk here that says, why would I lead you to my base, like my home, and then give you the opportunity to kill me? That is insane. Well, Emmett Silk, if you've lived 1,000,000 years, there's a chance you might have actually gone insane. Problem solved. Loophole explained. Why would you do that? Because you have lost your mind.
Shall we begin our investigations then? I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the Chief Overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteon, and I have a good idea of where we might begin.
And also that's true, Emir. There's a good chance that he did it because he was just tired. He just wanted, maybe, a little bit to give up. And given the opportunity to lose to the Warrior of Light. It's not the worst way to go.
See you the woman standing in front of yonder building? Her name is Ismene. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask her questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you.
Hello.
Questions? For me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment.
Oh boy.
Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge her. Certainly, Mistress Venat. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know?
What kind of person is Hermes?
Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as Chief Overseer. The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species in incredible detail, and is the leading authority on concepts with the power of flight. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else?
Do you know of Meteon's abilities?
It's no secret that she is a highly unusual familiar. Of late, the chief often makes his rounds with her, like a mother hen raising her chick. I understand that she is able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I have not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes.
Do you trust him?
I beg your pardon? I've known Chief Hermes for many years. Though I cannot say we are close, he has never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that is what you mean. Forgive us, we seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us more about Meteon? That would be Timaeus. He has a similar expertise with flying concepts and is more than eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observations on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there's aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Caetsu, I think we've taken enough of Ismin's time. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers. If you could track down the colleague Ismin mentioned... Well, I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation. You seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you've finished speaking with this Timaeus. Alright, Tracy, thank you for watching the stream, and good night. Don't drown, small child. Oh, it's not that deep, fortunately. Yes, I am Timaeus, but please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. So, what is it you wish to speak about? What do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations? Chief Hermes' work? A worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Meteon, too, is a marvel, then? My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteon as a concept, I've never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteon's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and Entelechies? Dynamis and Entelechies? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to. That is it is an interesting insight into their society. That they're like, well, I don't actually analyze his creation. It's his creation. He hasn't finished yet, so there's no reason for me to look deeper into it. Back already? That was quick work. You were obviously clever enough to head off any of that rambling Ismin mentioned. So have you any new findings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field has had little understanding of Meteon's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteon as his personal project and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions.
Witness the spectacle!
At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis and the entelechies which can control it. Yet, most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I am inclined to stay our current course, and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Meteon, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? There are more like her. She has sisters. She and her sisters were created to journey to the stars and search for intelligent life. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue. One we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripetiae Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west.
Ymir says, do you think we'll make it to the dungeon today? No. I do not believe so. It's not that far, but I don't think we'll make it. Anyway, I will be right back and then we continue.
Alright, I am back.
Ymir says, how's everyone's week been? I've had a good week. I'm quite excited for the major patch. I think I'm not the only one. I've seen a lot of memes about the content drought recently, just to underline how much a lot of players are just waiting for a new patch to come back. So hopefully a lot of players come back specifically for the patch. Yeah, I don't think we'll make it to the dungeon, because I know that there's like 6 quests until that, and they take longer and longer. Ymir says, is Celine finally getting removed? I like Celine, and a key thing you have to understand is that Celine is not getting removed. She's not actually getting removed. If you've played Summoner, you will know that there are eggy glamour commands that allow you to customize what your carbuncle looks like. Then you'll be very happy to hear, Ymir, that the reason why Summon Celine is getting removed is because when you unlock Scholar at level 30, there will be a quest you can do, an optional quest that allows you access to commands that can replace Eos with Celine or Carbuncle. So you can have a Carbuncle on Scholar. I don't think you can get Eos on a Summoner, but you will be able to get a Carbuncle on Scholar, which I'm very excited for. This tower and the one further along are both parts of Peripete Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis's observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lessons short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. One funny thing that you can do is that the eggy glamours don't restrict what carbuncle represents which eggy. So when you're not level 90 with Summoner, you could feasibly have both Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda represented by like the Topaz carbuncle if you want that. Or you could mix it up. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed. So, if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you wished to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project, and by that I assume you mean Meteion. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteion appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. Galeen is my partner and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteion heavensward, a host of them. For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Vinar, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I've since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of this sight, which so delighted your Galeen? Of course. Well, you could hear it from her lips directly, if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabaseus, Thalasai. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Menard, even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. This is a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have you prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Azam? And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. Aye, I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. That sounds really morbid when you think about it. I shall rejoice the day you die. No thank you. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galeen in person? Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you up to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. Ymir says, I have all my summons as carbuncles of the appropriate color. Me too. And Visel says, I'm sad because at level 90 you cannot use Eggy Glamours anymore. I found that really annoying and upsetting as well. However, I have found a lot of joy in the fact that if you set your pet sizes to small, then you get like somewhat mini versions of Titan, Ifrit, and Garuda. You also get that with Phoenix and Bahamut, but I think it's just really funny. So I don't mind it too much. But I do like carbuncles very much. That's also why the mount I use all the time on my main is a carbuncle. You almost have your relic weapon, your summoner relic weapon upgraded in here. That's nice. I've opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway, and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metabaseus Thalasai. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I'm sure. You discarded one of the materials. Oof. What I typically do is I buy them like 3 at a time and then immediately go and spend them. Then they don't fill in my bags when I don't like have 3. Mistress Vanar, just passing through. Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there's always an observer or 2 on the upper Skyway. However, it might be, if you have a multiple of 500 Elegant Tomestones of Astronomy on hand and you intend to use them for relic weapons, it might be a good idea to buy as many of the material as you can before Tuesday, because on Tuesday you will be able to turn those Astronomy into Causality, but 2000 Astronomy will turn into 500 Causality, so they'll like drop to 1/4 of the value. But I'm pretty sure that the Mandeville weapons will be changed to cost Causality instead. And if that's true, then buying all of the relic things you need, like now, before they become a fourth of the value means you would get more value out of them.
Mistress Van Aert, I was not told to expect... we would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there's no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I will inform her immediately. But she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she's ready to receive us. It could be hours. It's fine. We're not in a hurry at all.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
Some parts, yes. Others, not so much.
Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveller. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
Nice camera work.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me. An epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without. Immense,
yet intimate. Fate, perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating. How keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
It is great to hear, Ymir, that you really, really enjoy Gunbreaker. It is a shame that it really hurts your hand. But the fact that you choose to play the job, despite that, really, says a lot about how much fun you're having with it. Which, a bit hard to say whether that's a good or a bad thing. But I think ultimately it's a good thing that you're having a good time. I think, Visels, that you have to remember that learning one job on a completely different control scheme isn't going to be enough, because you would have to relearn how to play the entire game on a controller on top of learning to play the job. Because many things are completely different when you play the job on a controller. You have to take note that simple things like targeting an enemy is something that PC players, or mouse and keyboard players, you can do with the mouse or you can do it with tab. But as far as I know, on controller it is completely different how you do it, and it might almost be considered way more complex. And that is just one thing. So I don't think it would be super... I think it might be better, like if Ymir says that it is already getting better, that might be just fine. That is very good, that you're having fun with it, Ymir. So, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Metea. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galeen said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at that same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Ymir says, I really like big coats, which is something Gunbreaker has a lot of. That is true. I like coats as well. The primary way that I dress my main is that whatever it is, it has to include like some significant amount of a dress. Which often makes it difficult to find things like coats, but as you may know, the signature coat that she always wears checks all of the boxes. But that is of course a mage, healer or ranged DPS coat. So I have to do something else for all of the melee jobs, tank or DPS. But personally, I rarely use job-specific outfits, because I prefer to use one outfit for a role. I like it better that way. I've gotten used to that on account of the fact that back in the day you didn't have enough glamour plates to cover all jobs. So that was the only way to make sure I had glamour plates for everyone. And you still can't. If you want anything more than exactly 1 for every job and then like 2 extra, if even 1 extra, then you need to like have some jobs share. I'll have to wait until we have like 30 or 40 glamour plates. Then we can talk about it. Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? What about that one? Have you the means to fly? It is quite a distance away. No, I don't. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. I could do it for you. My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Caetsu here over to that island? No. No. I can't do it for you. Stubborn creature. There's no place in this great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden him before? Your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. It is certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two into the bargain. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? Choose your battlefield. I will do what I must, and if this memory turns out to be a bad one, choose your battlefield. I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. If only I could jump at like a more horizontal angle with Stardiver, then it might just work, Ymir. You also like Summoner, Dancer, and Scholar. I like most jobs, as I've mentioned. But I do have a strong preference for mages and warrior and paladin and healers, actually. I do enjoy samurai amongst the melee in particular, and reaper, and incidentally samurai and reaper are the 2 melee DPS jobs that have cast times on actions at all. Shall we begin? Be warned, I'll not go easy on you. Level 88. And here comes a good song.
Let neither side hold back.
That's a lot of damage.
My blade sings!
Ymir says, all I know is that Art of War is a gain on 2. Remember, if you're not level 54, Art of War is a gain on 1. Oh boy.
My blade sings!
My blade doesn't. It speaks English.
Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
Oh. Combat job switch. That is unique.
No quarter. Have a taste.
Ooh. You know, this... I was going to say this is a lot easier, but then... you added these extra circles.
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
Another one. White Mage. Interesting choice. If you're going to use Benediction, I'm going to call shenanigans. Oh. I thought they were going to be bigger. Yeah, we need to be careful if she starts casting heals. This mechanic was, let's just say, far easier to deal with because on my main, because I did this fight as a summoner. On my main. Uh-oh. And with Summoner, you could just, you know, you could just kind of run around and do the mechanics without any care. Outside of when you're casting Ifrit stuff, of course.
Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
But wait, there's more! Oink. Okay, not fast enough for that, I suppose. That was close. I think we got it though.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will! You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope.
It is not a
I've
fail
seen enough.
if it's not 100, and it was at 85. So it's fine.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you.
What do you mean, Myself? Why is Smol Kai a jumping dragon? Do you mean why is Smol Kai a dragoon? Is that the question?
One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azem when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, her strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
Now I can do it for you.
Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Why did you choose Dragoon for her? So, when we were starting this journey, I made a poll on a community poll. And the only stipulation that I made was that we had to start in Britannia. The reason for that is that my very first character, which I played for one day, was a gladiator, so I started in Uldar. My second character, which is my main, which I played from the day after and onward, was an Arcanist, so they started in Limsa Lominsa. So I wanted to start in the only starting zone I had never started in, even if I hardly could remember how the story starts in Uldar, or Limsa for that matter. It just was the most, it was the obvious choice. And so I made a poll where I said, do you want me to start as a conjurer, an archer, or a lancer? And Lancer won the poll. Surprisingly. That is also the same reason why the only other job that Smol Kai has even unlocked is Black Mage, is because that won a poll. So the reason is because the viewers wanted it? Maybe. I don't know if those that voted on it actually came around to watch it or even continued to watch it if they did. Considering that many of the people that watch the streams now didn't many of the people that watched the first episodes and commented in the first episodes aren't present as much anymore on the streams. So the people that watch may have changed a lot, and so they might not know the origin story, right? There's also the part that I believe that the community, or you could say the subscriber number for this channel has multiplied 5 times over since the start of Rewind Replay. So there's a lot more opportunity for them to be more people. For example, Makoto, which you saw earlier, the one with the Japanese name, they were there for one of my first streams. And so had of course also been there before I started streaming. And they were here today. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where the Metea made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. You joined when I was in Heaven's Ward. Then you've been along quietly for a long time, haven't you? Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? Oh, the channel, right. That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the isle. Yeah, that is also understandable. Wanting to like watch the videos that a channel posts does not necessarily mean that you have any interest at all in the streams. And then maybe you decide to look a little bit at one day and you find out that it's pretty cool. But that is also not like me saying it like that. Doesn't mean that if you haven't been with the channel for long, then it like that's a bad thing. It's just like me just recounting facts. Argos motions to his back with his muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to hop on. So what was it that suddenly inspired you to want to watch the streams when I got to Shadowbringers, Ymir? If there is a reason. It could also be, well, I had time that day. Isn't this pleasant? Argos certainly seems to think so. Now, what was the name of that tree? Noe something. Ah, Noetophorion. Quite a striking specimen, is it not? Brace yourself for the landing. I wouldn't want you to tumble off at the last moment. Oh, you had just finished Shadowbringers yourself, so you've had to rush through to get ahead.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before? So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness.
Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes, good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteion, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
Chekhov's flowers.
So, what is your opinion?
Hermes wouldn't wish for the final days. Hermes is a gentle soul, and yet, couldn't say just by this moment alone. Hermes is a gentle soul, and yet...
I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill. We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than to look in Caetsu's Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in... Are you serious? In Ethoseleticus Boreas, the Northern Isle. I wonder, Caetsu, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world, did you not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? The answer lies within Caetsu itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. It is there, within those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis' observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the nearest north of Poiton Icos. The names are like... I would say that I have a pretty good track record of reading things correctly. I have managed to trick people into thinking that I'm French by my ability to say the names of the Red Mage abilities, apparently. Just for one, I would say I'm pretty good at saying the names of things, but it feels like the origin of Regaden names is actually city and area names of the ancients. Just mash your keyboard. And assuming there's a reasonable amount of consonants and vocals, that's a good one. However, I think this is where we're going to start to round up the stream. So I will choose this Aetheryte as a preferred one so that we can save a little bit of money on the way back. We don't need the great work. And then we will go... Actually, before that, we will take... I think we will take a picture for the thumbnail. Is Venar going to be over here? How am I supposed to use it without her? This appears to be the teleporter Venar told you about. Modes of light yet hang in the air, suggesting the device was but recently activated. Do that and see if we can find... Oh, there she is. Perfect. You're a bit tall. Yeah, like mother and child, indeed. She's a bit tall. This is going to be difficult. Maybe like this. Beautiful. And then we go to Charlian. Also, I can see that 75% would actually accept Meteon's friend request. Although, we heard that Vicels would accept to trick Meteon after Spy X Family, God X Family. I do understand that you would like Meteon's outfit, Ymir. My perspective on that is that I feel like usually when we get NPC outfits, based on what I know about it, I think that it might not live up to the expectations. As I understand, the story behind most of the NPC outfits we get is that I believe the Korean section of the player base and the Chinese section of the player base like the people responsible for them are a lot more interested in getting like store items than the like global version that we're playing on. And they're like, oh, we want a Gaia outfit, for example. And so they get a Gaia outfit. But just exactly a Gaia outfit and nothing more than that, which means that it is a one unit and you cannot dye it. Like, it's not... Like, I think the global player base tends to be very disappointed when they get these because it's not exactly what they meant, right? They wanted to use the parts of the outfit and stuff like that, and they can't. But the reason why these outfits tend to be kind of lackluster is because they're more like made because the developers are told this player base, like this store wants this outfit, not that they want to make it necessarily, so that like they do it as quickly as possible so that they can get back to making actual game content. However, I do think that many of these outfits they could probably have put in as game stuff at some point, which would have worked. But I think that is the story. Partly, at least. Now, I just need a picture for a schedule. What could we do? Wait, what? We can't get into it. Boring. And we can't get on this either. Oh. How about the crystals? Oh, we can stand... almost stand in the crystals. I didn't want to do that. The forbidden candy, exactly. You've got it. She finally found food big enough for her. Finally something that might sate her hunger for candy. Now, I think that was pretty fast that we got that covered. So, if there's anything you guys would like to talk about a little bit before we completely round up the stream, this is a great time to ask these. But in the meantime, I would like to remind you that the YouTube channel has a Discord community server. And hey Pokeshack, and good night to you. Glad to see you here. So, if you would like to hang out with the community that you might see on the streams or in the comments, they are often to be found on the Discord server, where you can also find easy access to the weekly schedule. And whenever I post a new video or plan a stream or whatever, there's going to be an announcement there, and you can choose to opt into getting tagged when something new comes up. That is optional. Maybe sometimes I will tag everyone, but I think that happens less than once a month. Less than once a month. So you will not get like tagged and spammed by this Discord server. And it's just an easier way for you to keep track of what's happening on the YouTube channel, I feel. And then the only other thing I can say is that for the next week I have plans to make a stream like Tuesday noon-ish European time when the servers turn on again, to take a practical look at the patch changes. And what I mean by that is that we're going to talk about the job changes. There's not going to be much, but I happen to know that at least one job has a big enough change that we could discuss it for like 20 minutes. So there's something to talk about. But we'll see how much there is, and we'll talk about it spoiler free, because we're only going to be like demonstrating job changes. There's no story in that. And then we're of course going to be doing the new MSQ on stream, probably the new raid on stream. And then Wednesday we're going to have a short, and then I will try my best, it might come out a little late, but on Thursday I'm going to be releasing a new Paladin guide for max level, intended for max level, that covers everything, including the special new changes coming on patch day. I have talked about this in a bit more detail on the Discord server. And then Friday we have a video premiere on a video where we talk about what? Oh, I guess it's not day outside anymore. Where we will talk about why critical hit is such an incredibly overwhelmingly good stat. If you have ever checked a best in slot list for any job, there's a high chance you're going to be familiar with the fact that critical hit is almost always the highest priority stat. We'll talk about why that is, which also brings into question why the other stats are not the best stats. And yeah, Pokeshack 6.4 is coming out on Tuesday. And then of course, Saturday, as is tradition, Smol Caetsu. Where we will, let me just check the list here. We will absolutely 100% be doing the dungeon. Whether we will be doing the next dungeon, probably not. But we might. Depends on a few things. But it also has a huge impact on whether there will be 2 or 3 more episodes after the next one. Well, 1 or 2 episodes after the next one. And exactly, Umia, it's going to be about atonement, probably. Ilama says, have a good patch day, everyone. I won't be able to enjoy it, so have a nice Tuesday from me. Well, that's a shame. I hope you'll get to enjoy the patch soon, at the very least. But thank you. And don't worry about it, Pokeshack. You can get the relic weapons eventually. For now, the relic weapons won't get a new level to their relic weapons until 6.45, which is in 2 months. I'm pretty sure. And then Ymir said, do you have a favorite tank? My favorite tank tends to flip between warrior and paladin. It's a little bit depends on the day. If I go into content I'm uncertain of in any way, or I just want an easy time, I will almost always pick warrior. But I enjoy paladin nearly equally as much. So that's a difficult one, but it's paladin or warrior. That doesn't mean I don't like Dark Knight and Gunbreaker, but paladin and warrior are jobs I really enjoy. And I want you to know that when I started Final Fantasy XIV, I played Summoner up to level 50, switched to Red Mage, got to level 70, and then I switched to Paladin, and leveled that to 70. Warrior came later. So Paladin was my first tank, and you also have to remember that my first character ever was also a gladiator. So, I mean, I probably have a little bit of a preference, and it's partly because I really, really like magic, and Paladin is the closest you get to a mage tank. Exactly, Pokeshack, the original Chaiji Kaitsu. Did I have anything else? Did I have anything else to add? I don't think I did. As I said, I mentioned this earlier too, if you have over 500 astronomy tomestones and you're intending to get more relic weapons, there's an extremely high chance that the price of the relic weapon items will switch to become causality. And astronomy is going to be changed to causality at a 4-to-1 exchange rate, which means that you get, if you had 2,000 astronomy, which meant you could, upgrade or buy one relic weapon and then have a third of another one completed, you will only get 500 causality from that. So if you're going to spend this on relic weapons anyway, buy the relic weapon materials that you can today or tomorrow, right? Little tip there. And for anyone curious about my progress, I am missing 3 relic weapons. I haven't fully upgraded the Bard, Dragoon, or Machinist ones. All of the other ones completed. Completely completed. For now. Now, what I have left to say is, if you enjoyed the stream, consider leaving a like on it, so that the YouTube algorithm and other people seeing the stream VOD later knows that it's really awesome. Thank you so much. Pokecheck says, I have 2000 causality because I remember you said try to have them maxed out for 6.4. That is also a good point. You can use those 2000 in advance to buy the new materials that crafters are gonna need to make money, or you can use them for more relic weapons, which you can't today. You can't do that right now, but you can on Tuesday. Probably. I'm saying probably because it might turn into poetics, but it would... I highly doubt it. Like, really, really. Remember, I am Casil, Water, and the Aetherite. Yeah, I didn't even have a Yamke Seal for very much for anything today, but honestly, we only fought like 3 or 4 mobs on the stream, and then Mom, which we couldn't bring a Yamke Seal for. Yeah, I think that's it. The schedule is going to for next week is going to come out at some point tomorrow, because generally I have to finish this stream before I can make the next schedule. Makes sense, I'm sure. Yeah. And I think that's everything. The only thing we have left to say is good night, or good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And then we say good night to Smol Kai and her bear, who apparently refuses to get on the bed. Good night. Good night. And thank you all so much for watching. See you very, very soon. On Tuesday, probably. Hopefully. Good night.